Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into pounds in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respect to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and their connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence today. Could I begin by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Good morning. I, Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Department of Planning and Environment, responsible for local government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Dr Kim Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do either of you have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. So firstly, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to participate in this inquiry and the opportunity to answer questions about the government's submission. We see this inquiry as an important opportunity to consider how pound services in New South Wales function, identify factors impacting their effectiveness, and look at options available to improve outcomes for companion animals. For many, companion animals are cherished family members. However, owning a dog or a cat entails substantial responsibility, encompassing welfare, behaviour, and importantly, compliance with regulations. As you can see from the government's submission, the New South Wales Framework for Companion Animal Management is underpinned by the principle of responsible pet ownership and the premise that cat and dog welfare and management is a whole of community responsibility. Our pounds should be seen as a last resort when owners are no longer able to care for their pets. Responsibility for management and welfare of companion animals is shared across two ministerial portfolios through two key acts. There is the Companion Animals Act, which governs the ownership and management of companion animals in New South Wales, and there is the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, or the POCTA Act, which sets the codes and standards and investigatory procedures to safeguard the welfare of all animals in New South Wales, including companion animals both in the community and those housed in pounds and rehoming organisations. New South Wales councils are responsible for managing companion animals within their jurisdictions under the Companion Animals Act. This necessitates the provision of pound services to care for these animals. They are also required to adhere to the requirements prescribed by the POCTA Act when dealing with seized or surrendered animals. While council pounds must meet animal welfare requirements, it is, under the POCTA Act, it is the New South Wales Police Force, the Royal Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, or RSPCA, and the Animal Welfare League that are responsible for investigating animal welfare concerns in council pounds and determining any compliance action. Effort has been made through a combination of legislation and grants to facilitate a consistent decline in euthanasia rates. There has been a 77% reduction in the number of dogs and a 50% reduction in the number of cats euthanised between 2012-13 and 2020-2021. Our fundamental objective is to minimise the number of animals entering pounds and shelters in the first instance, while ensuring optimal outcomes for those that do. We acknowledge that there is more work that can be done to meet this objective. Recognising the growing concerns around surrounding lost, abandoned and neglected animals, the New South Wales Government has made election commitments to develop reform in animal management and animal welfare. This will include reforms to the Companion Animals Act conducted in collaboration with key stakeholders alongside education and system improvements, as long as reforms in the animal welfare space. As I said at the beginning, we welcome this inquiry and the opportunity it creates to make a shared commitment to creating a future where companion animal pound facilities in New South Wales are recognised for their excellence in animal care and rehoming efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Filmer, do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to questions then. I might kick off if that's okay. My first question is probably to the Office of Local Government. There's been some confusion and possibly some conflicting evidence throughout this inquiry about the boarding code. RSPCA New South Wales, which, as you know, is one of the enforcement agencies, raised concerns that councils which do not board cats or dogs for fee or reward may not actually have to comply with that code. And in your submission, you talk about the fact that many councils are voluntarily complying with the code. Can you please clarify, does this breeding code apply to pounds, and can it be enforced, or is it something that people are loosely using but it's not something that's enforceable specifically for pounds?
So, sorry, you mentioned breeding code, you mean the boarding code?
Sorry, if I said the breeding code, that was my
okay.
mistake. It's
So
definitely the boarding code.
The boarding code. Look, the boarding code is my understanding. The boarding code has been adopted effectively under the POCTA legislation. It's not something that falls under the Companion Animals Act. There is, my understanding, there is no set of standards specifically for pounds, and what councils do and what the enforcement agencies do is effectively apply that in terms of their, when they're assessing whether something has offended the principles of the POCTA Act. But I hate to throw the first question, but this really is a DPI question in terms of the state of the standards and the codes, because that's the area of responsibility that they have under the POCTA legislation.
So there's no really mandatory standards for pounds other than obviously the POCTA Act itself. Has there been any legal advice on that, particularly for the Office of Local Government, or has that been raised with the Minister that there aren't any specific standards for pounds?
Well, again, that comes back to the enforcement of the animal welfare in pounds is the investigation of incidents and the enforcement of any concerns relating to animal welfare is something that is the responsibility of New South Wales Police, Animal Welfare and RSPCA. The approach that they use, the standards, the concepts of whether an animal has been mistreated is a matter that they will take guidance from various codes from. But what you're asking me is, does the Companion Animals Act have set of standards for pounds?
No, I know that they don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. It doesn't. So you've asked me whether there's legal advice about there not being
any legal advice in regards to, because I guess my point is, and obviously there's been a lot of concerns and complaints brought up in this inquiry about this kind of falling in between DPI and OLG. But outside of that, I suppose my question is, in regards to these councils, and we've heard from various councils, we've heard from Blacktown, we've heard from Tamworth, and we've heard from other councils that are calling for robust standards, and they're calling for change. And I suppose, I understand it can go either way, really, in regards to whether that's the Office of Local Government taking action to support pounds to make sure that happens, or it could be DPI. Although, obviously, from the council's perspective, when the councils are looking for help, they go to the local government minister rather than thinking that they go to DPI.
Respectfully, I don't agree with that last statement, because if councils have an issue about planning, they go to the planning minister. If councils have an issue about the environmental matters, they go to the environment minister. It's pretty well known that enforcement of the POCTA Act is the responsibility or the investigation and enforcement is responsibility of RSPCA, New South Wales Police and Animal Welfare, and they effectively provide guidance, report, advice back in through the Department of Primary Industries and therefore the Minister for Primary Industries. The question as to whether people want that to happen, that's an entirely different question, and that's a policy issue. And I think that that's something that the committee will probably give the government guidance on.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say is they don't see this as a POCTA issue. A lot of these pounds are looking at this to sort of say, hey, if we're going to actually rebuild our establishment and change the building facilities, there's no standards, there's no rules around, you know, what size they should be, for example. I mean, that would not fall under, I mean, it could fall under POCTA eventually if cruelty was to then occur because you've got an animal in a space that's so tight they can't move or they have other problems, and then that would definitely fall under the DPI and under the POCTA agencies. But in regards to robust standards for the care to begin with, at the moment it's just sort of falling into like this.
I respectfully disagree. I do acknowledge that there are no standards specifically for pounds. That's not what I'm disagreeing on, and I do acknowledge that there is a call for standards for pounds. But for people to say that there is nothing to identify how cruelty to animals might be investigated or considered.
Sorry, I'm just talking about building a facility, knowing what size to make those facilities. The councils aren't saying, obviously, councils are aware that if there is a cruelty complaint or cruelty occurs, that goes to the enforcement agencies. What I'm talking about at the moment is a lot of pounds are feeling under pressure, obviously, to upgrade those facilities. A lot of them are not fit for purpose. However, they don't, because there are no standards, as you have admitted, they don't know what to build or how to build it, or if standards will come in later, that they're going to sort of fall outside of that.
But we do have a set of standards under the boarding code that can be used as a guide. That's what I don't quite understand in those statements, that there is nothing to help guide them. There are those standards and concepts about boarding facilities that can be used. And so that's why I'm somewhat confused when people say there are no standards, we don't know how to build these facilities. Well, best practice approach would be to look at what are contemporary standards that you can apply and use that. And I mean, we are going through this exercise at the moment with the Sydney Dogs and Cats facility at Kurnell, where we're saying what is the most appropriate set of standards to use. And of course, looking at the boarding code standards is our first point of call. As I've said, if the committee feels that it's important to make recommendations about the need for standards, the government would quite happily accept that. The question then would become, what is the most appropriate piece of legislation to put that in? My view from a policy perspective is that because the Companion Animals Act is about responsible pet ownership and the POCTA Act is about prevention of cruelty to animals, that any standards that are set up to ensure that there is no cruelty to animals through the design and construction of facilities would best rest in the POCTA Act.
Dr. Filmer, in regards to the boarding code, has the boarding code ever been used to fine a council, or has any council pound been found to be in breach of the boarding code, or because it's more of a voluntary piece, is it something that only POCTA's ever looked at?
Maybe just to start off with, I'll just read a section, just if my computer comes back on, just to clarify this point. So the boarding code states at 1.3 that establishments which provide commercial boarding services, council pound services and veterinary hospital services must comply with the standards of this code. However, the POCTA regulation prescribes that the boarding code only applies to a business in the course of which dogs or cats are boarded for fee or reward.
So which is it?
I'm not a lawyer, I'm a vet.
Yes.
However, in terms of your question, I think, to my knowledge, the investigations that the approved enforcement agencies have looked at are POCTA issues.
Okay.
They also do audits, so they do some proactive investigations or checks, but the PINs, for example, are under POCTA.
Under POCTA. Thank you. Have you or has the DPI received any sort of correspondence about that confusion, that the code sort of does seem to stipulate pounds, but POCTA seems to kind of undercut that? Is that?
Not correspondence that I can recall, no.
No. Okay. Have any councils? Could I find out sort of how many PINs or corrective actions have occurred within councils, maybe in the last sort of 5 years?
Yes, you can. I've got those here. Sorry,
That's all right.
Takes a little while to find these things. So, the question was PINs, was it?
Yeah, PINs or corrective actions.
Okay, so I've got the figures from 2021, so I've got 5 years, I've got 3 years. So the Animal Welfare League issued one PIN in 2021 and they've not issued any since. There is one ongoing investigation, but I don't know the outcome of that one. And the RSPCA have issued one 24N notice, but no PINs.
Thank you. I was wondering about RSPCA run pound facilities and how they are inspected. Obviously, they can't be inspected by the RSPCA themselves. Would it be the case that then it would fall under the Animal Welfare League or the police if there was a concern at one of those facilities?
I think that would be the logical conclusion there, yes.
Has that ever been a concern that's been raised within the DPI that one of the authorities are potentially running a pound that could be a facility that then becomes investigated?
I've heard talk about the fact that they run pound services, but I haven't heard of any issues in terms of the standards or complaints about them. And if that was to be the case, as you've highlighted, I'd refer those people to one of the other investigation POCTA agencies.
Mm-hmm.
I have some, but
Okay. Yeah, the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, Mr. Brett Whitworth, with regards to the digital pet registry, where is this up to in terms of when it'll be launched, or is it in trial, or where is it at?
I came here prepared to talk about pounds, but I do appreciate the pet registry is part of the companion animal space, so it's probably more of a general answer rather than a specific answer. The pet registry is continuing the build process. We have had a successful trial of the pet registry that occurred last year. The intent was sorry, I'm just looking for my notes. We, as I said, we had a trial and the pilot that was delivered in April this year, 2023. That included a trial with 11 breeders and around 100 new owners. The next steps for us are to broaden that out. We expect to have, sorry, I don't have a time frame, but we expect to have more go live elements next year. And we've always talked about having the system up to date, system in place by the end of this 2024 and the beginning of 2025.
Mm-hmm. And is that going to be done through like the Service New South Wales app, or?
It's not going to be done through the Service New South Wales app, but that is an ambition to get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
And to achieve that, we're using the Service New South Wales platform.
Yeah.
And we're using the Service New South Wales architecture.
Mm-hmm.
So the companion animals, the existing companion animals register, and there is another register, but the two come together is the third largest digital database in the New South Wales government system after, I'm assuming, driver's licences and motor registration. So so it's important to, if we use the Service New South Wales base and architecture, that enables us to make identification processes easier and enables us to do further iterations around linking to the app.
Mm-hmm. And so will that mean, say, if my dog gets out of the yard and a local council picks up the dog, I may get a message through the app in the future to say,
look, that'd be a good ambition. I'm just contemplating. I don't think I've used my Service New South Wales app since I had to stop checking in. So it's probably more a case of, having said that, the Service New South Wales app does have links back to other facilities, like, it does have someone's email address and so on. So whether you get a ping on the app or whether you get an email, but the whole point of the pet registry is about, its whole reason for being when it was first set up was to be able to identify animals and if they're lost, to be able to using a microchip to be able to identify their owner and return them.
Okay. So do you think, given, and I know it's not in your submission, but it's in the local government, New South Wales, they've made 19 recommendations. A lot of it seems to be funding. So is local government the best placed organisations, or council, to run these facilities, given that they need, as you say, we don't seem to have a standard, and rural and regional ones are different to city-based ones. Should it be a different should state be running these organised rehoming facilities?
That is a good question to ask. I don't know that I can only offer a personal opinion and not, because that's really a policy matter for government. But I do appreciate that the committee will be looking and thinking about this and then, providing advice to government through its recommendations. If you were to go down that path, I suppose the issues that I would flag that need to be considered would be, first and foremost, the idea of local government is that it's local. Mm-hmm. And so therefore the responsibility about pet ownership comes with the alternate component that if there is a failure in people meeting their obligations, there needs to be enforcement. That enforcement rests with rangers that are best placed to be at the local level. That then comes to a ranger seizes an animal, is unable to identify who the owner of the animal is, takes the animal to the pound. Now, I suppose the question is, there needs to be a pound that council can access without any restriction, so that if it was a commercial operation or if it was something run by the government, a state government, there would need to be clarity about who was responsible for bringing pets in. You'd need to consider the workplace health and safety elements of how do you bring a seized animal in as a ranger. That has tended to be why those facilities have been sitting with councils. That said, we have the example of RSPCA, we have the example of Sydney Dogs and Cats that are providing pound services for council, so obviously we can crack that nut. Then you get to the question of, well, should the state government do it? So the next question is, how is that going to be funded? Is that an allocation that the government says, well, we take that responsibility on, and there is a budget allocation for that? So that needs to be factored into the broader elements of how governments set their budgets and the priorities that they have, and whether there are revenue options for them to help defray the costs. The other element that would need to be asked is the government the right agency to be running these facilities? So you would effectively be, like at the moment, neither Office of Local Government with our 60-odd people, we're not the right people to be running pounds, and certainly not in a decentralised way in which you need those services to be able to be run. Whether DPI is the right, I doubt DPI would be the right, so you have to talk about building architecture for a new government agency to do that. I just feel that when you look at it from that policy perspective, we are better staying with local government as having a responsibility to ensure that they have pound services, and then working to see whether we can make the model better in terms of how the pounds are designed, how they're operated, and how they're serviced.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then that brings me to the next question. If it stays with local government, and lots of councils are saying they don't have the capacity or funds, how can Office of Local Government assist in that way, like in terms of funding? Are you advocating to the state government for funding so that the councils can continue to run these facilities?
Well, that's an interesting question to ask, because what that implies is councils are saying we don't have enough money to run run these pounds. You have to then ask, councils are responsible for providing services to their communities, and they take rates from their ratepayers to fund those services. They also have the ability to take fees and charges for the provision of commercial and other activities. So the key question is, if they are unable to fund those services, why are they unable to fund them? Is it that they're not prioritising the provision of those services? Is it because the degree of compliance that they need to achieve is not clear, and they don't know how much money to put into prioritising those services? So I would rather turn the question around and say, what is the state government doing to try and assist councils understand the priorities and the expectations of their community around service delivery, and the revenue and the expenditure that they need to obtain and achieve in order to meet those expectations. The government has recently released the first the IPART revised rate peg methodology, and the first rate cap has been set on the basis of that methodology. At budget estimates this year, Minister Honig, Minister for Local Government, identified that IPART will be asked to undertake a financial sustainability review of councils, and that will also look at these elements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both very much for being here and your expertise. If I could just possibly ask, maybe just for an update. I'm just making reference to the submission where you outline the election commitments, and there are 3 dot points here about the government committed to introduce a new animal welfare framework, and then the second one, a new independent office of animal welfare, and the third one being a review of the Companion Animals Act. was just wondering whether there might have been a bit of an update as to what the plan might be, or where these commitments might be at in terms of sort of review, discussion, stakeholders, what all this means.
So, obviously, as I've said, the review of the companion animals legislation would fall within the Office of Local Government, Minister for Local Government Responsibility.
Yep.
The review of the animal welfare reform legislation will sit and does sit with Department of Primary Industries under the responsibility of Minister for Primary Industries. At this point, and I think the Minister for Local Government made this comment at budget estimates, that there are a number of inquiries and reviews that are on foot at the moment. There is this inquiry. There are a number of coronial inquiries into dangerous dogs and dog attacks. There is also the reference that the Minister has made to the Animal Welfare Committee about cat containment. So the view would be that it would be premature to launch into a wholesale review without having the benefit of the advice from those inquiries and processes. So I don't know whether there's any more from a Department of Primary Industries perspective, Dr. Filmer.
I can give you a little bit of an update. In terms of the animal welfare framework and the review of POCTA, as you know, there was quite a lot of work done previously over the last probably 4 years to develop up an animal welfare bill. That work is still ongoing, and there's a lot of review of that being undertaken at the moment. Because there were some recommendations from a previous inquiry to make some changes to how that was put together with the 3 acts coming together. So there's work going on in that space to progress the POCTA Act. And in terms of the Independent Office of Animal Welfare, that was your other question, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, being the second one, yes.
Yeah.
It's commitment, yep.
The appropriate model for the Independent Office of Animal Welfare is currently untested with stakeholders, so it's clear that there's a broad range of community and stakeholder views about what an independent office should look like, and we're working through those views to ensure that the office is fit for purpose.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And if I just in terms of the companion animal legislative framework, councils are responsible for ensuring pound facilities are available. And I'm just reflecting on some of the earlier witness appearances here. Not all local councils have pound facilities. Is that correct?
Not all councils have pound facilities, but all councils must have access to a pound.
Right. Mm-hmm. So in terms of how that would work, I think like the City of Sydney would possibly be, I'm just reflecting on that there was no pound facility within that local government area.
Look, I don't know about the City of Sydney. I can give you the example of Georges River, where Georges River doesn't have a pound, but it has access to the Sydney Dogs and Cats facility, as an example. So Sydney Dogs and Cats have between, I think, 6 to 7 councils that they provide pound facilities for. So I don't have a sort of detailed breakdown of where each council pound is in New South Wales or who they utilise, but the requirement is that every council has access to a pound.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And in terms of, and this may follow up with Madam Chair's comments on this, just in terms of sort of inspection as to where that there is an available facility and that it is operating, whose role is that?
Well, this seems to imply that councils can't do things on their own as a local. They are a locally a local democratically elected tier of government that have responsibilities to achieve. It's not like councils are out there saying, we hope they don't notice that we don't have a pound, and that we'll come round and check them out. I think there are. I don't see why we should be checking that they have a pound and where that pound operates. Having said that, we do receive pound data from the council, so as part of the annual return, information that we receive from councils, they provide us with statistics about how many animals they've taken and a range of the number that they were able to rehome, the number that they unfortunately had to euthanise, and so on. So that data does come to us, and we do put that up on our website. I've also just been informed that, as an example of that sort of joint service delivery, that the City of Sydney use Sutherland Council's pound facilities.
Right. Okay. So there's no sort of oversight by the Office of Local Government into whether councils are meeting that requirement for a pound sort of facility. It's a given that that's part of local government service and responsibility.
Yes, I think that's
Sure.
It's a given that that's part of local government service responsibility, and councils report to us on how they're operating the pound, or how they're dealing with the number of seized dogs and cats in their area.
Yep. No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've just got a follow-up question for Mr. Whitworth on something you were talking about a moment ago around councils prioritising the pound service within their sort of funding model. And obviously another thing that we're hearing throughout this inquiry is that, we just heard that Blacktown did prioritise it, and they put millions of dollars towards a facility, but they're already at capacity. And we're sort of hearing a lot of that at the moment we've sort of got this, what's being described as sort of an animal crisis, where there are so many animals being abandoned that rescue groups are also at capacity and pounds are constantly at capacity. And I'm assuming that means that, a pound run, say, 20 years ago would probably be a very different pound than what is being run now, where there's a much higher increase in cost because there's so many more animals coming in. Has there been any kind of assessment as to what what rates would need to be increased at on any level for local government to be able to build new facilities that met community expectations, and was also able to run these pounds through good services and be able to house all the animals that are required?
There has been some work done. There was a rehoming practices report that was prepared for the Office of Local Government. There was a draft of that report that was released in 2022, and the final report hasn't been released, but will help to inform the companion animals review. That report flags the increase in the number of animals coming into pounds, but it also flags what can sometimes be unintended consequences of regulation and legislation, in that the requirement to undertake rehoming practices before an animal may be euthanised, as an example, has changed the dynamic of the number of animals within a pound. Now, I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I'm just saying that this is there are a number of components to the increase in the number of animals. You could lay that on the basis of contributing factors such as an increase in the number of breeders and breed dogs and cats coming from breeders. You can talk about the impact of cost of living on people owning a pet, and the challenges that has created. You can also talk about the challenges of not having or having problems, the policy environment that probably in the last 10 years has really become more focused on desexing as a critical tool to stop the spread of unwanted animals. So those things combined, plus the general increase in population and the fact that as a population grows, we also grow the number of pets that we have. So those things are all contributing to the number of increased seizures and and animals entering pounds. I also think that we should be contemplating policy intent that tries to minimise the number of animals entering pounds as well. So, so you've got to plan for what could be growth, but you should be planning and putting policy in place to limit that growth as much as you possibly can.
And what are some of those policies to help us minimise? I mean, you've sort of given a whole list of, very good examples of why we're seeing such a massive influx of animals in the pound system in the first place. And that's very consistent with the evidence that we've heard throughout this inquiry. What sort of policies can be put in place to help mitigate some of those factors and minimise the number of animals?
Well, again, this is probably a matter for, this would be something for the committee to contemplate. And we had identified a number of the policy settings that we've already put in place through the mandatory, the incentivising desexing of cats and kittens, for example, through the use of lifetime registration. The use of targeted grants to assist certain community, animal welfare organisations seek out and try to desex cats, as an example. The ways in which we can help rehoming facilities. The ongoing, I do think that there is probably more scope in the field of sort of behavioural economics as to how do we ensure that when people are contemplating a pet that they know the life cycle costs of a pet, for example. So those are some of the policy levers that could be used in that space.
Just in regards to...
Can I ask, given the time, how would you like us disembodied members to indicate that we would like to ask a question?
Sorry, just jump in, Peter. Sorry. Did you have a question now? I'm happy to sit back.
Okay, I just have a couple, and I don't know about my other two colleagues because I can't talk to them, but if I may, just two. One is that the Honourable Rachel Merton and I are both members of another inquiry, and this is addressed to both witnesses, but probably particularly to Dr. Filmer, and that's looking at the issues to do with the shortage of veterinarians in New South Wales. And for instance, yesterday we were both in Inverell looking and talking to local vets there. I was wondering if you could tell us, does the shortage of veterinarians have an impact in relation to the operation of pounds in New South Wales? And if so, do you have any suggestions about how that might be addressed?
The honest answer to that is I don't know, because that's something, I guess, between the councils, the local pounds and the local veterinarians. So at that very down the weeds level, I don't have that information. I guess anecdotally and common sense would dictate that if there is a shortage of vets, that may make it a little bit more difficult, but most towns, and I would imagine most councils, can procure those services somehow. I've lived in Western New South Wales in quite remote places, and there were vets there that the pounds had access to vets in those places. So I'm not really answering your question, sorry, but that's probably the best I can do because it's at that micro level. I don't have that detail.
Well, given the shortage we're finding, and it's being indicated to us, that it's actually impacting on a whole range of services and causing great distress to a number of veterinarians. I was wondering if I could just get you to take it on notice and just see if you could maybe ask around for us.
I can, but it might be better if the councils were able to provide that information. Mate, is Mr. Whitworth able to get that information? Because I don't think I'll have access to that data.
Well, I don't know that there is data per se, but I think the issue with the direct interface between veterinarians and the operation of pounds come in either the receipt of animals that are abandoned. So people will quite often leave them with a vet, and then a vet has to take them to a pound. So that is in itself an element of concern. The other element is when vets are called upon to provide services to ensure the welfare of the animals in the pound. And then the third element is when there need to be decisions made about euthanasia and the processes by which that occurs. And I did give evidence with Mr. Hanson to the veterinary shortage inquiry, and I think these were points that we made at that time.
Okay. I just thought it might be an issue of concern. But anyway, look, if we could, I could then ask you in relation to the issue of do you have any documents indicating the key learnings that we've from other states about how best to manage animals in pounds and what arrangements there are? Now, this has come up a couple of times, but I would imagine somewhere in the bureaucracy there would be someone putting together a document that says, look, this is how things work better in Victoria, for example, as compared to New South Wales. Is there such a document around?
I think if the bureaucracy is probably not as big as what people anticipate, but we did have the rehoming practices review as part of that, and that draft is the draft of that document is available. It was prepared by CIE, so independent consultants. It would have looked at other jurisdictions as well. Whether from an animal welfare perspective, Dr. Filmer, I don't know whether there's a comparison across other states. I will say, when I meet with my colleagues at a sort of from other jurisdictions, my local government colleagues, not everyone has responsibility for animals. So in Victoria, for example, companion animals are entirely within their Department of Primary Industries control, as an example. So we don't necessarily compare notes on that.
I've probably got nothing further to add to that. Thanks, Mr. Whitworth.
Okay, can we get a copy of that report?
It's publicly available on the website.
Okay, so there's nothing else?
Nothing, sorry.
No one has a table indicating what good things other states have done that it might be worthwhile looking at in New South Wales.
I can take that on notice and ask whether we do have that. It's possible that someone has looked at that, but I don't believe that that's necessarily. Again, it comes down to: are we talking about operations from how do councils operate their pounds, or are we talking about animal welfare standards and standards for pounds in other states? Which, as I said, that sort of does bridge the jurisdictional divide between Office of Local Government and DPI. But I will take that on notice and see whether we do have such a document.
Specifically, as I said, I'm interested in the issues of concern to this inquiry, which is how to best manage animals in pounds and those arrangements. So thank you very much. I might hand over to Ms. Saval.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks through you, Chair. My first question is probably likely to Mr. Whitworth. Just noting he's taking some notes at the moment, so I might just pause momentarily.
Sorry, I'm just making sure that if I take something on notice, I remember that I've done it. I know Hansard will pick it up.
Yeah. So my first question is to you in terms of the Companions Animal Act and the POCTA, or the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. What would you like to see changed in those two acts?
Okay, so this is, I suppose, where I need to disconnect myself as a public servant and say that, obviously these will be matters for government, government policy, and the government will take advice from the committee. I do think that people tend to look at the Companion Animals Act and insert animal welfare components into that, and that's a legitimate thing to do, but they must also remember that what sits at the heart of the Companion Animals Act is responsible pet ownership. And so therefore we've got to come at it from a policy perspective of how do we ensure that people can be responsible pet owners? How do we ensure that they are aware of the obligations that they're taking on when they take on an animal? We also then need to consider whether the sanctions are sufficient to ensure that if there is a failure of that responsible pet ownership, such as the animal gets loose, or that the animal is never sort of brought into the system, in that they're born, they're not registered, they're not microchipped, and so those are the animals that probably are at greatest risk from an animal welfare perspective. So thinking about there are animals that are cared for and protected. We've got to remember, to continue policy regimes there. Then it's what happens when the system breaks down. If you can get at when the animal is born, that will help to address that. So the next point is, how do we address the standards, the codes, the requirements for breeders to make sure that breeders are appropriate, are identifying and breeding appropriate numbers of animals, that they are being cared for appropriately in their first few months of life, because that can influence behaviour of the animal, and that behaviour, if that behaviour is not appropriate in those early days, it can become an ongoing problem later in life. And how do we ensure that those animals are traceable through the system? That then gets you to the sort of third pillar of what you would probably need to think about, which is the animals that are totally outside the system, community-owned or semi-owned cats, feral cats, dogs that aren't incorporated into the system, because people may be breeding a dog because they might be concerned it's restricted. I do think that looking at sanctions around how we can get more effective enforcement mechanism there would be useful, but I'm also conscious that that's a really vexed policy area, because you've got to balance animal welfare concerns with clarity of enforcement policy, and sometimes if you've got too clear an enforcement policy, it may end up with adverse animal welfare outcomes and vice versa.
Oh, well, thank you. In terms of the legislation and associated regulation and codes and standards that you spoke about, do you think those standards and regulations, codes, adequately protect the welfare of animals in pounds?
That's a challenging question, because our understanding of what is an appropriate level of care for an animal has also changed over time. So some of those pounds that were built many years ago probably don't have more contemporary concepts around protection of animals from heat or from cold. So that said, I am now straying into space that's not Office of Local Government, because I'm straying into the space that is around the prevention of cruelty to animals. I do think that that's an area that I'd probably prefer other people to provide advice on, in terms of, do they think that the existing standards, controls, enforcement mechanisms, investigatory powers that they have, and in this I'm talking about the police, RSPCA, Animal Welfare League, are they sufficient for them to address any concerns that they're seeing coming out? I do feel like we need to address this issue of standards and what we are designing pounds to be built to, we need to clarify that, because I feel that that's a degree of uncertainty that is enabling people to say, well, we're not quite sure whose responsibility it is.
In the recommendation 8, it says there should be greater information sharing across companion animal management. What additional information should councils, pounds and rehoming facilities be required to provide that would help in that better sector-wide approach to pound management?
I would like to I would like to take that on notice, because I think because I'd like to provide a more fulsome answer. Because I think that's an important question, and it goes to why we're investing time and money in the pet registry as well. I'm firmly of the belief that we don't have enough data to help us guide policy outcomes here. We have a lot of data, but we don't have enough data, and we don't have enough data on the basis that data can be shared across different jurisdictions and across different agencies.
Sure. I might move on to another question then. In terms of the sector in local government, does the sector have adequate trainees and qualified animal managers? And do you need more cert for animal carers?
That's, I think the government has made an election commitment that it would like to increase the number of apprentices and trainees across the whole local government sector. And I am aware that there are shortages across any number of trades or skill qualifications or professional qualifications. I dare say that if we delved into shortages, we'd identify shortages in people that are appropriately trained to work in a pound as well. So I do think that is a challenge, and it's an area where I hope that the government is going to be able to rectify that. It also is important to recognise that you can't just bring apprentices and trainees in. You've got to have someone to supervise them as well. So that in itself is an ongoing challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. In your submission, you've also identified that the rehoming amendments to the Companion Animals Act have led to longer stays in pounds. Would you suggest any further amendment to rehoming to limit this?
I'm not clear whether that's a challenging question again, because if you went back on that provision, you would be not incentivising, but you'd be creating an opportunity for more euthanasia to occur. If you go forward on that provision, then you've got to be looking and considering the capacity of the rehoming organisations to actually rehome animals. It is, and I understand that there's a high degree of concern around the rehoming organisations' ability to rehome the number of animals that they are receiving. I would prefer to probably leave that provision as it is and look at ways in which we can reduce. I would rather the policy intent and focus be on reducing the number of animals coming into a pound and reducing the number that need to be rehomed in the first place.
And just in the minute I have left, what are the sort of things that we can do to try and reduce that, I suppose?
I think I've flagged some of these things before, but looking to see whether we can get and make sure that breeders there is greater responsibility and regulation around the number of animals that can be bred, making sure that those animals are brought into the system from the very beginning. I do feel that there's some behavioural economics work that can be done about making sure that if you take on a pet, that you're aware of the cost of taking on a pet. Unfortunately, the statistics I've seen tend to suggest that animals offered up for rehoming, not seized animals, but animals offered up for rehoming, there is a lower socioeconomic sort of status applied to the owner, which reflects that cost of living issues were probably driving some of the reasons why that animal's been offered up for rehoming. And that's where you sort of get to one of those challenges in that the demand for more resources to come into the sector can only come from one place, which is the ratepayers or the taxpayers' pockets. So the more you put those rates and taxes up, the more you impact on cost of living. So it is a bit of a challenging space there.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
Thanks,
you.
Chair. I'm just aware time's up. Sorry.
All good, thank you. Well, thank you both for coming today, and we appreciate the fact you've come so close to Christmas, so we do appreciate you making some time to be here. There was a couple of questions on notice which the Secretariat will be in contact with you both, and the committee may have further questions on notice which the committee Secretariat will be in contact with you both as well. And again, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses and thank you for them for giving their time to give evidence today. I will start with the witness that's in the room. If I could please ask you to state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. Mr. Damien Thomas, Director of Advocacy for Local Government New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And I believe we have a witness online. If I could ask you to also state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Daria Turley, President, Local Government New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do either of you have an opening statement that you'd like to begin with? Thank you.
Yes, Chair, I do.
Wonderful. Yep.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair, and the committee members for providing the opportunity for me to appear today at this hearing. I appear today as President of Local Government New South Wales, the peak body representing all 128 councils across New South Wales, as well as related entities. Councils are regulators of the Companion Animal Act, and many also operate pounds and rehome animals that are surrendered or otherwise come into their care. As a sector, local government is committed to providing for the welfare of companion animals in the community, and councils do their utmost to give animals physical, social and enrichment opportunities while in their care. As a sector, local government is committed to providing for welfare of companion animals in the community, and councils do their utmost to give animals physical, social and enrichment opportunities while in their care. Councils take the strong view that any animals that can be rehomed should be, and therefore go to great lengths to rehome animals. This can include keeping a dog or a cat for longer periods if the facility has physical capability to do so, in the hope that a suitable home can be found. This comes at a cost to the pound operators for care, food and shelter, where the estimated cost for keeping a dog in a pound is $40 per day. The major challenge facing local government underpinning everything that council do is the financial sustainability. I appreciate this is not an inquiry about financial sustainability, but the resourcing of councils is central to the capability and performance of pounds and animal rehoming and centres. Rate pegging, cost shifting and state and federal funding arrangements that are no longer fit for purpose or conspire to restrict the ability of councils to provide the infrastructure and services that the community expects and deserves. Local Government New South Wales, Local Government New South Wales commissioned a report into cost shifting released last month, which found that New South Wales councils are currently being asked to absorb cost shifting worth more than $1.36 billion each year, with the practice imposing an estimated cumulative burden of more than $10 billion over the last decade. That $10 billion that cannot be spent on council's core functions. For management of companion animals, the reported estimate total cost of, for the management of companion animals, the report estimated a total cost shift onto New South Wales councils of $29.6 billion for 2021-2022. This is a cost of providing functions under the Companion Animal Act above and beyond the fees and subsidies councils are able to collect. Councils need additional support to bridge this funding gap. This funding would allow for upgrading of pound facilities, provision of support services to facilities, rehoming, and education to the community about responsible pet ownership. Beyond funding issues, rural remote councils in particular also report finding it difficult to attract and resource adequate staff. This limited access to trades, operational staff and vets can often preclude expansion of pounds and rehoming facilities. There are many challenges faced by councils in operating pounds and homing facilities, yet councils do prioritise the return of animals to their owners or to a new home. In the last decade, councils have made substantial progress to increase successful rehoming of companion animals and reduce euthanasia. However, while laws and community expectations with respect to our pets have changed over the years, funding has not kept up with these changes. New South Wales government funding is needed to increase pound capacity and for facility upgrades in short term. However, the long-term solution in prevention the flow of animals being impounded in the first place. Animal desexing, training and responsible pet ownership and community education are all critical components of a solution for the improvement of animal welfare and reduce costs to the community and environment. As a sector, we look forward to work collaboratively with animal welfare rescue and rehoming organisation and the community to further improve animal welfare outcomes in New South Wales. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. I will throw to Ms. Abigail Boyd, who is online, to start with questioning.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to our witnesses for coming along and for your submission, which is very detailed. I wanted to just head to the section in relation to cats. And I understand from the councillors that I've spoken to across New South Wales that there is real pressure at the moment from communities to do something about the killing of native wildlife by cats, and that's putting a lot of pressure on local councils. I know that there were a number of councillors put forward motions to try and expand council's powers to deal with that, and I see that in your recommendations. I think recommendation 16. Would it not be preferable, though, for the state, you're talking about cost shifting before, for the state to be the ones to take control of that issue and to implement a statewide plan similar to what the RSPCA's Keeping Safe at Home program's about, but actually, something that's statewide rather than having different rules for each council area when it comes to cat curfews?
I might, if it's okay, ask Damien Thomas to respond to that question.
Thank you. No, it is an issue in which there is significant interest across the local government sector. At our most recent annual conference held just last month, there were multiple motions put forward by councils that called for cat containment policies to be introduced across the state. The position that's been endorsed through our conferences, though, is that councils should be given the ability to introduce containment laws in consultation with their communities. And so while there are many councils that are keen to introduce these policies and cat containment requirements in their LGAs, some councils don't see this as a solution or think that it will work in their community. And so from our perspective, we do see that there should be flexibility, as one size doesn't fit all. But having said that, I can certainly see that there would be benefits to a multi-LGA approach to cat containment, and especially in metropolitan areas where, of course, cats don't abide by LGA boundaries.
And I guess on the back of that, yeah, that's what we hear a lot, is, yes, obviously cats don't abide by LGA boundaries, but also we don't have a shelter or a pound per local council area necessarily. So it gets incredibly complicated when you have a rescue organisation that is taking cats from different areas and not knowing what its responsibilities are in relation to those cats. If we were to have, instead of giving these powers, but instead of doing that, to have a well-resourced program at a statewide level, do you think that would achieve the same aims that the councillors were concerned about when they've put forward those motions at your conference?
It may, and I understand that the Minister for Local Government has committed to an inquiry into cat containment across New South Wales. That's definitely something we would be keen to see further explored as part of that inquiry.
Thank you. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll just throw in a couple of quick questions. I know that you've obviously very strongly called for state government funding in regards to the pound crisis in New South Wales. Can I just confirm, when you're calling for state funding, that you are suggesting that the pounds themselves are still run by local government, but that the funding would come in sort of as an assistance package, so that the funding wasn't entirely based on, I guess, huge rate increases that would have to be put into place to be able to upgrade the pounds to the requirements for the number of animals there are?
That's my understanding, Mr. Thomas.
Yes, that's right. We would definitely seek that support, funding from the state government to assist with the infrastructure upgrades and on ongoing costs of care. And we don't see that this cost should be shifted onto the community. Yeah.
But you're suggesting that local government itself would still run the pounds, is that correct?
That's right, yes, where they choose to do so.
And we've heard a lot about, in the previous session, around minimising the number of animals that come into the pound system in the first place. And there's obviously a lot of state laws that could be put into place to help reduce the number of homeless animals. I know that we ran an inquiry into puppy farming, which still remains legal in New South Wales. Backyard breeding remains legal in New South Wales. Can you talk a little bit about how some of these laws are affecting the number of animals that are ending up in pounds, and what other legislation would help stop animals actually ending up in pounds in the first place?
Thank you, and I'll hand that one back to Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. There are a number of legislative proposals that have been put forward by councils and LGNSW. One of those, I guess, initially is the cat containment policy, which we've already discussed briefly earlier.
So how would that would increase the cost, though? I'm just looking for and increase the number of animals in pounds. So I'm wondering what legislation would be proposed to help us reduce the number of animals in pounds.
So the cat containment policy, I understand if there were fewer cats that were able to be outdoors and breeding, that could have one impact on reducing the number of cats that do end up coming into the system. An additional option may be to add an opt-in provision for councils to issue orders and fines for individuals who repeatedly fail to identify and register puppies or kittens, or for incidences of animal hoarding as well. In terms of breeding and restrictions and potential legislative changes there, Our annual conference has called for a strengthened code of practice for breeding cats and dogs, which would again hopefully reduce the number of animals that do require impounding or rehoming, which puts pressure on councils as well as rescue and rehoming organisations. But there's also been a position put forward by councils to our annual conference, which was supported, which called for strengthened planning legislation assessment requirements for breeding facilities to better align with what's in place in Victoria.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you're aware of,
Sorry, I'm just wondering if we can indicate how you want us to indicate online.
Yep. I have one question, then I'll throw to you guys. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you're aware that in Victoria, where they have put cat containment laws in, that they've actually, some of those councils, for example, have had a 68% increase in impoundments, and whether you think that the current pound crisis that we have could cope with something like a 68% increase in impoundments of cats.
It would certainly be a challenge given the capacity constraints that the sector is facing. And so I understand that a number of the different proposals and recommendations in our submission would need to be sort of brought in a coordinated way, and that includes the increased capacity and funding for rehoming and rescue organisations, as well as measures to stop the flow of animals entering into that system in the first place.
Thank you. The Honourable Emily Savell.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much to you both for appearing today. My first question is around the number of trainees and qualified animal managers that are working in the sector. Do you think there is sufficient? Do you need more cert for animal carers in local government?
Well, I think, no, I don't think there's sufficient, and I think part of it is how do we attract people, rangers to those roles as well. I think Mr. Thomas may have more data around that.
I don't have specific data, but I think earlier the Office of Local Government referred to skill shortages across the board, and I'm sure this would be an area where that's also an issue.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of, we've talked previously about cat containment, so I'll come back to that if we have time. In terms of the improved pet registry that we've both spoken about as government, how will that assist with the process of desexing and registering in particular cats? And what features do you think that registry needs?
Mr. Thomas, do you have comments on that one?
Improving the registry system and the identification and registration processes would be of assistance. I understand there are currently 2 separate steps to identify and then register a companion animal. Simplifying the registry to make it easier for people to register their pets would increase the chances that those pets could be returned if they were impounded or held by a rehoming or rescue organisation. It would also be helpful to make it easier for people to update their own details in a more efficient way through the registry, so that if their address changes or their contact details change, that they're more likely to be up to date, and again, that animal is more likely to be rehomed in a rapid manner.
In terms of, and look, I have asked this question as well to the Office of Local Government, but I'm very interested in your views also. So this is around the rehoming amendments to the Companion Animals Act, which may or may not have led to longer stays in pounds. Would you suggest any further amendments to rehoming to limit this?
Mr. Thomas, I'll refer it to you.
So these are the rehoming rules that introduce the need for councils to give written notice to at least 2 rehoming organisations and introduce other requirements, yes. So when they were first introduced, LGNSW did express its support for the intent of those reforms. But again, it does come down to issues of resourcing and funding. All animals seek to avoid the unnecessary euthanasia of animals. And if there were to be an increase in that funding to support rehoming, to support rehoming organisations and councils and their pounds to hold those animals for a longer period of time and rehabilitate if needed and provide the behavioural assessments and training that's needed to support them being rehomed, I think that would go a long way towards resolving the issues of capacity at the moment. At the moment, we are seeing cases where councils are being obliged to hold animals that have little to no chance of being rehomed. And of course, the longer that an animal is held in a facility, the more training and rehabilitation it does need, which again presents those resourcing challenges.
Yeah, and when you say, the resourcing and capacity issues, have you got, examples of that or anything else that you can sort of talk to around that and the impact of that?
Look, I think it would just relate to the assisting for infrastructure and upgrades and the ongoing costs of care. More time for socialisation and behavioural training would assist with that, certainly.
I asked as well around the information sharing across companion animal management. What additional information should councils, pounds and rehoming facilities be required to provide, which would help with that better sort of sector-wide approach to pound management? So how can we make this a better approach for everyone?
I might take that on notice unless Councillor Toley has further information.
No, we'll take that on notice.
Beautiful, thank you. In terms of animal registration fees now, could you talk about in any detail about the sort of perverse incentives that exist there with those animal registration fees?
Look, again, I might take that on notice. I mean, in broad terms, the animal registration fees don't come near to covering the costs of providing the care and rehoming services that councils provide. But in terms of the incentives, or perverse incentives rather, that these fees may introduce, I'll take that on notice if possible.
Sure. And could you tell us, just generally speaking, what would you like to see changed in the Companion Animals Act and in the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act? What are the changes that local government New South Wales would like to see in those two pieces of legislation?
I'll hand that over to Mr. Thomas as well.
So again, I will mention that the introduction of cat containment policies is one change that is sought.
Right.
There is an interest in the ability for councils to issue orders and fines for individuals who fail to identify and register puppies or kittens, or for incidences of animal hoarding as well. There's an interest in defining when a cat is considered to be owned or what cat ownership entails, and this goes to that issue of semi-owned cats that may be looked after by a neighbourhood but not formally registered or owned by any one person. Councils have also expressed interest in the Act being amended to clarify the application of Section 32, which is around powers for seizing a cat and what councils are able to do there. And again, definitions around domestic, infant or feral cats would be helpful, and that would assist with the clarity of enforcement policies within councils.
Right. And in your opinion, are the powers that are afforded to inspectors in the POCTA adequate to enable them to fulfil the principal objectives of the Act?
I won't take on notice whether those are adequate or not, but again, a large part of this issue comes down to the funding and resourcing available to the RSPCA and councils and other regulators in ensuring that these laws can be effective.
Sure. I'm just mindful of my colleagues online.
Yeah,
I'm
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Val. I'm going to throw to the opposition for the last 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, but both of you for participating, and very much recognise the detail of the submission, and very helpful for our consideration of this in the terms of reference. If I could just, I'm just looking just in terms of page 6 in terms of response to section A of the submission. And I was the reference is low collection rates by owners, and you're citing a Metropolitan Council pound advising the collection rate for dogs has dropped from 50% to 26%, and the increase stays in pounds. I'm just wondering if you might be able to elaborate a little bit on that.
Sure. So as part of developing this submission, we consulted with a range of councils and held a workshop as well online so that all councils were able to provide input, and we received significant contributions from councils across the state. That is quite an incredible statistic provided by that one Metro council, that the collection rate for dogs had dropped from 50 to 26%. in recent years, but also with the majority of dogs being around 3 years old, many of which were not desexed or microchipped. And I suppose that 3 years old age perhaps correlates with the boom in pet ownership during the COVID pandemic, and then subsequently the cost of living pressures and rising costs and, or I guess, unanticipated costs of pet ownership that many people have realised exist. But we can take on notice if there's further detail on that to provide.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, and in terms of an earlier hearing on this, agree. Cost of living pressures in terms of meeting the requirements of pets and the consequence in terms of the pounds. And I was just also interested to learn a little bit more about the closure of RSPCA operated pounds and what that means to your members.
So I understand that there have been in recent years 8 RSPC operated pounds, I believe, that have closed in recent years. And this introduces more pressure onto council pounds as well as other rehoming and rescue organisations to assist with managing the growing number of animals that are being impounded. So, I mean, certainly what we've called for is just, reluctant to mention again, but that increased funding for capacity and upgrades for pounds and rescue and rehoming organisations would go a long way towards filling that gap or meeting those capacity constraints.
And in terms of possibly we're in a post-COVID environment too, and we're sort of in terms of the surge of pet ownership, what are members sort of reporting now in terms of sort of the post-COVID now?
I think it really comes down to that the issues of capacity constraints. We've seen, for example, Blacktown Council has opened its new Blacktown Animal Rehoming Centre, or BARC, which is an impressive facility. But on top of the funding it receives through the Companion Animal Fund, the council has to supplement this by up to $3 million per year. And that facility provides for a range of animal facilities for 7 councils in the region as well. Narrabri, for example, recently opened a new facility for companion animals. The facility size was increased to include 12 dog pens, but these were straight away at capacity. And so the issue is, again, just that ongoing capacity constraints following the COVID environment.
Okay, all right.
Question, sorry. Thank you both for attending today. I have a question with regard to your summary of recommendations. I just wanted you to expand on 3 and 4, where you've said invest in the upgrade and expansion of pound facilities across New South Wales. Does that mean that you will be advocating to the councils to do this, or is it advocating to state government to increase, because then you've got your other ones about increased capital and operational funding. So you're saying you to invest in the upgrade, but how will this be funded?
My understanding is it's asking the state government to invest. Councils are already over-investing and supporting their pounds and the Companion Animal Act. As we said, the cost shift to local government is over 29 million over the last 2021 to 2022. And so we're asking that investment from state government.
Okay, thank you. That's
Okay, fantastic. Well, that takes us to 10:30, so thank you for your evidence today. I believe there was some questions on notice which the Committee Secretary will be in contact with you both about, and I think there's probably going to be some questions on notice as well. Thank you again for attending today. Again, so close to Christmas, we do appreciate your time and also your submission, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee will now break for morning tea and we will return at 10:45. Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses. Thank you for attending today. Could I start by asking each witness, starting from my left, to state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please?
Thank you. My name's Dr. Diana Raymond. I'm the Program Specialist at Pet Rescue Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Christina Vesk, the CEO of the Cat Protection Society, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
I'm Nerida Atkin, and I'm the Feline Services Manager at the Cat Protection Society of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful, thank you. Is there an opening statement from Pet Rescue that you would like to make?
Yes, thanks. Thank you. Pet Rescue is a national charity that works with and for approximately 900 member groups to create futures for pets who need homes. Currently, 354 of our members are located in New South Wales, and collectively New South Wales members have adopted out over 203,000 pets via the Pet Rescue platform. 75% of this cohort are rescues who volunteer their time, money and efforts, often sacrificing their own personal health and well-being, helping pets who get lost in the system to find a way out. In addition to our work within the sector, the Pet Rescue team works hard to understand our engaged public. Through ongoing conversation, we strive to understand what they love about their pets, how pets enrich their lives, their concerns about how pets are treated, and what they want, need and expect from the system that cares for pets and people who need assistance in what is often the worst time of their lives. It's made abundantly clear to us on a daily basis that the problem at hand is much bigger than the thousands of pets who suffer in substandard conditions and lose their lives in the system. Equally, it's clear to us that there is ample compassion and will from the community to make things better. So, to illustrate this, I would like to tell you about Buddy. Buddy is not his real name, and he is not a statistic that will be on any organisation's yearly report. Buddy was purchased as a puppy by two loving people and raised as part of their family. For 3 years, he snuggled at night with the family cat. He kept his human mum company when Dad was deployed with the Defence Force, and when the time came to welcome a new human into their family, Buddy was a gentle and caring big brother. Buddy loved other dogs, and his doggy manners were excellent. He was desexed, microchipped, vaccinated and registered, and his owners love him deeply and did all of the right things as responsible pet owners do. Buddy's owners reached out to us just a couple of months ago because they were being moved to a different base and into accommodation that was not suited to Buddy. Buddy's owners wanted to have a say in his future because they understood his needs and cared enough about him to seek a solution that kept him out of an unsafe system. So we listed Buddy through Home to Home, Pet Rescue's owner-assisted rehoming program, fully expecting that, like hundreds of other Home to Home pets do, he would find his happily ever after. Buddy waited, and his people waited, and eventually he went on trial to a new home. We're all happy, but it quickly became clear that when he arrived, the resident dog was not willing to share, and so Buddy came home to his original family. Buddy was distressed at that point, and his owners were distressed themselves. They'd been through a lot, and coming to the decision to rehome him was obviously a lot for them. When he arrived back, they described him as a different dog, and their recollection of the events that unfolded over the following day is heartbreaking. Over the course of the next 5 hours, everyone's distress compounded, and with no skilled person to turn to for practical help, and knowing that Buddy simply would not cope in a shelter, and feeling like they had no other option, Buddy's owners made the gut-wrenching decision to euthanise Buddy. When we found out, we were devastated. Nobody who loves their pet as much as Buddy's owners loved him make the decision to end that pet's life without deep anguish, distress and grief. In the moment that Buddy needed someone to be there, by them, by the owner's side and by Buddy's side, to help him through a day successfully and actually be able to navigate that grief-filled day successfully, There was nobody there. And as a result, Buddy's dead. We speak with owners daily who are facing this decision. Do they give up their pet into a system that they know is unsafe, or do they make the call to euthanize themselves? These are pets that never enter the system at all. Maybe they can't afford to care for their pet, but they're not officially poor enough to actually get help from the very few and very overburdened organisations who are providing preventative care and crisis care to owners in that situation. Maybe they live in what we call a resource desert, an area where there's a high demand and no appropriate services to actually help them. Or maybe, as is increasingly a case at the moment, they and their pets just need a bit of help to get back on their feet and stay together, but that's not available. And so they reach out to us through our crisis care directory and through the assisted rehoming program to see if we've got a better option for them than choosing the system or choosing to euthanise. There's a fundamental mismatch between what the system was initially designed to do and what the community actually needs from the system in order to be able to live well with their pets. Especially this is the case when life pulls the rug out from under them. From our perspective, the task for the committee is not to tweak the details of the current legislation and to pour more resources into a system that is not fit for purpose. We recognise that it's not fit for purpose. We recognise that it's not designed to do what the current community needs it to do. And we encourage you to reimagine what the system could be. To learn from others who are doing it already, how to use the same resources more efficiently and more effectively to support pets in place, how to leverage community foster care and volunteer programs to make sure that you can actually work with your community to provide good outcomes for your community, and reserve places in the system in care for those pets who genuinely have no other option to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that opening statement. Does Cat Protection Society have an opening statement? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the committee for undertaking this inquiry and for inviting Cat Protection to be here today. Through our many programs, but particularly shelter and adoption services, support for desexing and vaccination, research and advocacy, and free information about cat care, our charity makes a positive impact on both human and feline health, welfare and well-being. In 2022-23, we saw 1,351 cats and kittens find their forever homes. As well as ensuring all adopted felines are desexed, we helped a further 2,391 cats with desexing. But the demand for assistance far outstrips our capacity. There are simply more cats than homes available at any one time. The situation has been made so much worse by increased relinquishment due to housing and cost of living pressures and delayed desexing, which can be caused by either or both the veterinary workforce shortage and financial pressures. We are literally growing the problem of feline homelessness as every day goes by. We're now also experiencing a severe shortage of F3 vaccine in Australia, which not only puts cats and especially kittens at risk of disease and death, it imposes additional burdens on an already overwhelmed veterinary clinics. In case that wasn't enough to stress an already very stressed veterinary workforce, proposed changes to the New South Wales Medicines, Poisons and Therapeutic Goods Regulation will add further burdens and restrict what is good welfare practice, such as safely combining drugs in one syringe to be given as a single injection. The perfect storm we described in our submission to this inquiry has continued to gain strength, and we are in a critical situation which is causing great harm to both cats and people who care about them. We have a most welcome grant from the New South Wales Government for a targeted desexing program, but our capacity to deliver it is severely hampered by both the vet shortage and, even more detrimentally, the incapacity to desex cats unless they can be registered to an individual person. So cared for community cats cannot be desexed. The law demands they be allowed to breed. Councils won't take them in. Most councils won't even record data about cats. So here we are in a situation that seems farcical, but is in fact an awful tragedy.
Thank you. Thank you both for those opening statements and for all the work you're doing for animals as well. I might begin by throwing to the opposition, if you're ready.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you to all three of you for participating and bringing your expertise and experiences, which very much help us in our work. Ms. Vesk, if I could just pick up the point that you made, and I know that my colleague, the Honourable Peter Primrose, raised this earlier today, just in terms of the vet shortage, both the Honourable Peter Primrose and myself are on an inquiry in terms of the vet shortage, and we were at Inverell yesterday. So I guess I'd just be keen to learn a little bit more about the impact and the consequence in terms of what you're seeing and doing.
I think, and I'm really glad that there are members of the committee across both, because there are so many of these issues intersect and they're contributing to each other. So issues around inadequacy of pound services are affecting work by vets because they're having animals dumped on them. And at the same time, issues for us in terms of providing shelter are being hampered by the vet shortage. So there's so much crossover. So I really appreciate that you're across both of them. For us at the moment, where it's getting really critical is the fact that delays to desexing means another litter of kittens is born. Like, it's cats' fertility and their pregnancy, cats' fertility is enormous and their pregnancies are quite short. And so I said last year, we helped over 2,000 cats to be desexed, but if even just say 500 cats had a waiting time of 6 weeks, 8 weeks, they could all have kittens. And then you just see, I feel like, and maybe you want to come in here as well, I feel like we've been able to kind of keep a lid on this for years, and we can't anymore. We just can't keep up, because even with all the vets and all their work, they don't have the hours in the day. There aren't enough vets. And when we also have cats who we're compelled by law to not desex, and they're being allowed to breed, it's a disaster. And so that's one side of it, but just the capacity of vet clinics is really having an impact because cats are being born.
Am I able to add
Please.
to that? One of the big barriers that we see in Australia, in this specific area, particularly with vets working in the shelter space, there's a couple, and they all relate to each other. First being that shelter medicine is not actually recognised as a specialty in Australia. So as a general rule, vets come into the sector as new grads. They work in the sector for a while. They're not trained in specific techniques that would actually help with the sector. So high quality, high volume spay neuter isn't widely taught. Our vet schools are very hesitant to teach it because it's something that's quite new for us, even though it's been around for a long time in the States. And that compounds itself, because what happens is we keep losing the knowledge and the skills over and over again from those vets, because they come in, they learn and they leave, rather than actually having a source where we can keep that information and then pass it on to new vets. Additionally, we've got a bit of a quirk in Australia, where in other countries, vet techs, so people with an undergraduate degree in veterinary technology, can give full health checks and they can give vaccinations. It's not legal. And so where in other countries we can have vet techs go out and they can do community days where they vaccinate, they microchip, they health check animals, and the vets can stay back and they can do the high quality, the high volume spay neuter. That doesn't happen in Australia because we legally need the vets to be out there doing that. We're not currently using our vets. We don't have enough, and we're driving them off because we're not taking care of them when they're in the system. But also, we're not leveraging them as well as we could be.
Okay. No, thank you very much. And I guess another issue that's sort of come up is cost of living pressures and the consequence for pet owners, and what you might be seeing in terms of increased demand for service, for need. Yep.
Are you happy for me to take initially? So we do have some specific data for New South Wales from our home-to-home program in our submission. What we're seeing as a trend, and that is in New South Wales and across all of the other states, is an increase demand on our crisis care service, and also an increase in the percentage of people when they're seeking care that are seeking care because of financial constraints or because of accommodation. And so typically what that looks like is, we've lost our house, we can't afford our mortgage, we're moving back in with mum and dad, and so we've now got 3 generations in one home and too many pets to be in the household. And so That's very much so the case for those owned pets, who then we end up having conversation with people about how much time have you got before you move back in with mum and dad. Can we actually get your pet adopted out? But also we're seeing a lot of issues, and I feel like you might be best placed to talk to this with people who care for cats. So there are a lot of cats in the community, and typically those cats are located primarily in low socioeconomic areas. And people take on the cats because they care. And so they start caring for them. You know, they recognise that this cat needs to be desexed. They can't make the choice between, do I desex the cat or do I make sure my kids have got school lunch this week? And even if they could, like even if we handed them a $150 voucher to go to a vet clinic, oftentimes they can't access a vet. So there's this situation where we've got people who are contacting us and saying, hey, we've been taking care of this cat for 6 months. It's had a litter. I've, found homes for the kittens who are all going out undesexed. And I'm afraid that the cat's going to get pregnant. What do I do? And then it's a matter of trying to find, if we get lucky, they're in a council, one of the councils who is part of keeping cats safe at home, or a council that's signed on to NDN, and then sometimes we can use funding to just desex the cat for them and then leave it there. That's the cheapest way to deal with this, desex the cat, hand it back. It costs a lot to bring these cats into care, and that happens sometimes if we get lucky, but more often than not, it's a case of trying to say, okay, what options have you got? Can you care for this cat in place? Let's see if we can find somebody who can help you get it desexed. Like, there's a big disconnect between, again, what the community needs and what the services are that are actually available to keep the pets out of the system.
I think that the issue about cost for desexing, like we certainly have a lot of programs and we can usually find something to help someone with that affordably. But as I said, the issue is whether or not they're able to register that cat to themselves. But Nerida can probably speak better to some of the calls that we've been getting about, yes, so there's that issue about housing, so you're combining households, so suddenly you're combining animals. So we do a lot of counselling on that. And then there's just literally being, not able to afford to keep your pet anymore. Do you want to talk about any of the calls that we've had?
We try and document our calls, so we would have some of these on record, but we've recently even been getting people just calling us because they can't afford to feed their pet. So they're asking, can we provide them with free food, even if it's just for a couple of weeks while they get their next paycheck or whatever it is, or people having to move because they can't afford the place they live in now, and the new place they live in is not pet friendly, which unfortunately is a lot of places in New South Wales. And then we're also getting people evicted, and then they're homeless, and they might have, cats and dogs and other pets plus their children, and they just can't afford to keep the cat anymore. And they want to, but they just don't have anywhere to go. They're homeless now. So the only way for them to get into a refuge is to not have those pets. So I think we need to also be looking at what are people's options when they are in domestic violence situations or they are evicted, getting the refuges places that are animal friendly, so these people can keep their cats, and they then might work with organisations like us to get the pets desexed or to get that little bit of food they need or whatever it is.
Thank you. Is the Honourable Emily Saval online? Does she want to jump in now?
Chair, if this is the government's section, I might just ask a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Yeah,
and this is to both the Cat Protection Society and Pet Rescue. In terms of the associated acts, that is the Companions Animals Act and the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, is there anything you'd like to see changed in those acts that would facilitate or... Apparently, yes.
Not enough time.
But that's what we're here for, so go ahead.
Oh my goodness. Yes, that's the short answer. Yes. The long answer would take too long, but very much we need to, I think insofar as the pounds issue goes, I think that the regulation of pounds and shelters is something quite discreet. We don't have a regulation for it. Councils should be responsible for their pound services, but that's kind of like, oh no, that comes under POCTA. there needs to be standards, there needs to be guidelines, there needs to be a decent system in place so that we can have some reliability of what people can expect and that animals can have an experience that isn't...
So just tease that out for me a little bit. So the operational and administration of the pounds is council in practice, but the statutory accountability is under the
primary industries. Under
and you see that as a bit of a disconnect in terms of
It kind of seems a bit crazy that you have a function of local government, which is to provide a pound service, and that's recognised as a function of local government. But anything that happens there is a function of primary industries under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. And, and then you have things like I think it's called Impounding Act or something like that. But I mean, where, dogs and cats and shopping trolleys are in the same piece of legislation. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. There's such, I think we've been through this in other inquiries as well relating to POCTA, that it tries to cover such a broad spectrum of things with this one huge instrument, and it's inadequately served by either an absence of or very outdated regulations. But I think in terms of immediate change, for cats, we just need an exemption that they do not have to be registered to an individual, that they could be registered to a program or something. Because otherwise, as it stands, we're literally forcing cats to breed because the councils won't pick them up. They won't impound them. So they're there and they're breeding, and there are people who care about them and want to look after their welfare and would be prepared to take them to the vet, and we are prepared to pay for that, and the vet's prepared to do the surgery. And, when the vaccine shortage is no longer, we can vaccinate them and improve feline public health, but we can't do that. So surely we're in a bizarre situation that the law is compelling us to make the situation worse. And I've been sort of trying to think about what's something sort of analogous, and it's kind of like, and I know councils we want cats to be contained. They have this sort of utopian view that's, but they're just ignoring the population of homeless cats, and they are real and they're there and people do care about them. And there's no social licence to just kill them. And quite frankly, even if there were, how much money and time would that take? It's easier, quicker, safer, and much more humane to allow the people who care for them and who are trusted by those cats to be collected and tracked, to be taken to a vet to dissex them. And then we can sort of start improving this situation, but we're making it worse. And the councils don't collect data, so when they say these things, they will only collect data at the point where the legislation says that, a complaint about a nuisance cat. So we know that if councils get a call about a cat, they'll say there's nothing we can do and hang up. They don't even record that they got that call. So they could be getting thousands of calls a year about cats in their LGA, and no one knows because it's not recorded. And we're trying to ask councils to capture data for us so that we can target this program, but they won't do it. They don't have the resources. So, the fantasy about cats all living this ideal life, they're contained, they're all dissexed, they're all owned by one person, it's not real. And it's a bit like saying no one should take drugs, and then, eventually we got safe injecting rooms, because harm minimisation is a legitimate policy option. So it's not saying that cats living on the street is the best thing in the world for them, but it's better and it minimises harm. And I think we need to shift our thinking to that.
So what gives council the confidence to say, sorry, we can't deal with that when someone rings up about a stray cat?
They will point back to the Companion Animals Act and say cats are allowed to not be on their own property. So the councils who are now saying that they want that change so that the cats are confined. I mean, my question to them is, how are they going to police that? Because they're not doing anything now. So where are all these rangers going to come from to police that? And what will they do with the cat, not the person, but the cat? Because, you know, we can legislate the behaviour of people. It's more difficult to legislate behaviour of cats, particularly when they're not owned by a person. So, you know, it's, I think, just being a little bit more realistic about what's really there and taking a longer term view. And, you know, to be honest, it's a lot of buck passing. It's like, oh, we'd be perfect except the law fails us. No, it doesn't fail you councils. There is a lot of things you can do, and there are a lot of councils who make a lot of effort. So I don't think everything sits in the legislation. A lot does, and it can be improved. And as a matter of urgency, you know, we would like there to be capacity to desex cats without having to register them to an individual natural person. But apart from that, the other things, I think there's a wealth of information that's been made available, particularly in the past couple of years through inquiries, to guide policy on these areas. And not saying it's easy, but a lot of the things just come down to will and effort.
Well, let's just loop back a bit, and I'm happy for you to jump in at will. Don't feel like you can't, so it's fine. But I just want to, on that related point, so is it, in your view as the subject matter experts, a council best placed to manage this problem if the legislative framework was backing them in?
Can I go?
You go.
Okay. So if I can, I'd like to give a little bit of a big picture, I suppose, context.
Great.
And then 2 specific things that I would suggest would be good to look at. So at the moment, and the way that the system works is everything is built around animal management, which is what falls under the current legislation. And animal management itself is reactive. And what that means is that, you know, we look at issues in the community and then we say, okay, let's find the owner. It's a user-pays system. The primary, you know, thought process behind animal management was if there are animals out and about in the community who are causing a nuisance, we go, we round them up, we provide a service, and then we make the owner pay for that service, which is why it's assumed to be cost neutral. That's a problem because at that point in time, everything that is built around that is also reactive by nature. Because if you're rounding up animals, something has to happen to them. And this is where we've got shelters, this is where we've got rescues, this is where we've got built this ginormous system that is based on the premise that we round up animals who are causing nuisance. Now, in terms of how we change the legislation and how we actually, I suppose, and like I said, reimagine that, we need to work out where the responsibility lies for the proactive stuff. How do we actually enable councils and local government to go out and dedicate money not to just enforcing rounding up pets and taking them into care, because right now everything is linked to getting heads through the door. All the funding for shelters, all the funding for rescues, all the funding for councils is all linked to that core function of bringing animals in. So decouple it. Literally take it back and say, okay, we have a certain amount of funding. This is available for animal management based on our population or based on good data about the actual companion animal population in that area.
And sorry, just to jump, and data seems to be a big issue in and of itself.
Huge.
Yep.
And that's the second thing. So one is really delineating where those responsibilities actually lie, not for the reactive stuff, but for the proactive stuff, because right now people are doing it, but they're doing it despite the system, not because of the system.
Yeah.
And the way that we do that is to have very good data that we can actually look at. And local government is not in a position to be able to do that. So in order to actually collect the resolution of data that we need to be able to say this is the problem area, this is our problem, we need to have a state-based system that actually says to councils, this is what we need you to collect, and whether that's like a shelter animals count basic matrix, or is that, you know, a framework that we're actually pulling the information that we need, you collect it, we bring it together, we look at it, we then give you information about where your high intake areas are. And most councils know this. If you talk to the AMOs, they know it. But the council systems that they're working with, oftentimes they have 2 and sometimes even 3 different computer systems that they're using to try and do their job. Nobody's collating it. Sometimes they're not even collecting it. And so what that means is everybody's got opinions about what we should be doing. You know, we need more money, we need more this, we need more that. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's how it feels to you because you're on the ground right now. But we don't actually have the data that we need. And so getting the state to actually create that system to collect the data, to be able to use that data well, and then to drive practice based on what we're actually seeing in the system, and then delineating whose responsibility it actually is to do that, bearing in mind that we need that proactive side. It's usually cheaper. Like when you look at individual situations, almost all of the time it's cheaper to just keep the animal in place and support them in place and minimise the number of animals who are coming into the system, but nobody can do it because at the moment they don't have funding. All the funding is tied to bringing the actual animal into care, and that's a huge barrier.
I agree with that, particularly the point about the data collection being state-based, because for a start, people are really mobile, so they're moving with their pets. They're not in, they might have registered their pet one place and then they've moved somewhere else. It also gets to a point, I think, where there's such a hyper-focus on attaching, you know, every dollar and cost recovery to where someone lives, that, oh, well, this cat was picked up on that road, even though their normal place of residence is that, and then there's a fight between, you know, which council's responsible. And really, you know, just get the cat home. Just don't impound them, get them home. Well, it's usually a dog in those situations because most councils won't pick up cats, but just get them home. Don't fuss about, like, the amount of money I think spent on trying to recover costs would probably far outweigh the costs, you know, the fees that they charge, and it's not worth it. And then you also have the issue that the LGAs most burdened tend to be like low socioeconomic, rural, regional. They don't have the funds, but I think designing supports that are holistic and delivered at a local level, because I do think councils have a lot of expertise through their staff and their elected councillors in knowing their area, and I think that's a really important resource to tap into. But I think it was something that we put in to the veterinary workforce inquiry about having kind of community centres that embrace community, which includes pets, so it can do a whole lot of things. So it's not about compliance, it's not about punishment, it's about providing services in your community in that one welfare context and building bonds of community, because, you know, pets are a fantastic social lubricant and they often help people to have conversations that might be difficult otherwise. So I think local councils have a hugely important role to play because they know their communities, but I think that there are issues for the state to play as well, because the demarcations and the sort of inequities of funding and need mean that you need a much higher level approach, and the data collection and the consistency of that, and collect it from organisations like us and rescue groups as well, because we don't have a complete picture. Like, we would happily give all our data, but I don't know who to give it to, you know. But it's important to collect that.
And, sorry, Chair, how much time have I?
Well, you've sort of had about 13 minutes and there's only 10 minutes left for crossbench.
Okay.
Is that... Did you have
just one last?
Quickly?
Is there any cutting-edge jurisdiction that's doing this in an exemplary way, either in Australia or overseas?
Overseas is definitely more of a thing than it is in Australia.
Right.
So, and it's generally been a movement. So if we look at the US in particular, there are individual local governments over there that do a pretty exceptional job of proactively supporting. Typically, if you wanted to look at examples of that, if you look at the Human Animal Support Services Project, which is run as a not-for-profit support for local governments who are changing the way that they do things. They have a number of pilot shelters, and those shelters are run by local government, and they are essentially implementing this. So,
implementing the
this
US system?
Well, implementing a very data-driven, proactive approach. And so there are core pillars to that, which are, you know, some of the things that we've spoken about: foster first care of animals, keeping pets at home where you can, really ramping up your pet reunification with their owner services. And what they're seeing as a result is a dramatic drop in the number of animals who are coming into the shelters, which then increases the capacity of the shelter.
Was this part of anyone's submission?
We've referenced it
Okay.
in ours, and
Great.
I think if you ask Nell Thompson this afternoon
Yep.
about it, she'll be able to give you more information as well. The thing I suppose to keep in mind is that the process of implementing it, we've got the old system, the new system, and what we want it to look like. There's an overlap, and that's the tricky part, because we've still got to keep the old system running until we get the new one going, and the new one's going to cost money. But the aim is to eventually get to a system where we're spending the money better, and so it's not seen as we've still got all this enforcement and then we've got to add all this extra funding on top. It's, yeah, we do need to do that for a finite period, and then we can actually be using our money much, much better, and it becomes more sustainable.
Thanks.
Thank you. Cat Protection received a $1.5 million grant recently from the previous government around dissexing. I was wondering if you could give us a bit of an update on where that's up to, but also if we're going to really see a significant drop in the number of cats that are finding their way in as say, unwanted litters. How do we, what kind of funding is really needed to drive the dissexing program that's really needed in that space?
I think it's hard to estimate the funding.
I know.
At the moment, what is really hampering us? So yes, we received the grant just on the 29th of June or something, and it's for 2 years. And until we received it, we couldn't really,
Start.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Like we'd done a lot of thinking and a draft plan and so on. So initially, the work was focused on bringing more vets on board, talking to the councils. The problem that we've faced is the vet workforce shortage is really difficult. So getting enough vets on board, and then the issue of only being able to dissex cats who are then being registered to an individual person. And so some councils have limits on how many cats a person might be allowed to own, and sometimes that's quite low. No good deed goes unpunished. If someone wants to dissex the cats who are living in their back lane and being cared for, well, they could be copped a fine because they're, you've got more cats than allowed. So, and then there's a lot of people who are afraid of registration and identification for reasons of privacy and fear that might have, quite traumatic grounds. So this is another huge barrier. We are making progress, and it's wonderful helping people, and my colleague who's project manager is here today, but I think the part that is really hurting is that we are being stymied, and that we know there's work that we could do with that. And then the other part, of course, is not getting the information that we need from councils to target it. So they want us to do things for them, but it's harder to get them to actually partner properly and put some stuff in there. So, like, we'll pay the vet bills too, but, your resident is ringing you. Can you take down this information? No. So, we're just, it's frustrating. In terms of funds, I think that, again, I don't want to make an estimate, but if, we do quite well with what we do, we could do more with more, but we definitely need more vets. And I know that we would, because we have in the past, incredibly increase demand if we could bring those costs down to almost nothing. So, we had, when we went a half price of Dr. Stray, which so normally it's $100, we did a half price for a few weeks at 50, and demand quadrupled. So that tells you that cost is a big issue. Our survey on cat welfare that we commissioned through Ipsos tells us cost is an issue. So definitely there is a need for subsidy, but I can't really estimate the entirety of the cost but I don't think it's necessarily ridiculous, but it's going to keep growing if we keep doing what we're doing now. Like, we're just making the cost bigger.
I think, and I think a way that the vet shortage impacts that is there's a number of our vets at the moment who have about a 2-month wait time for desexing. So if that's a female cat, she's had a litter again. And then that person has to then go, well, what do I do with those kittens? A lot of people still don't understand that a mum can fall pregnant by her son or sister and brother. So then you've got that issue as well. They might be keeping them inside, but if you've got a mixed litter of genders, then, you know, you've got another pregnant female and then that cat has to get desexed as well. So that's definitely impacting a lot on the number of cats who need to be desexed because we just can't get them in quick enough to be desexed on time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I also just wanted to quickly ask you about the difficulty of assessing a cat's behaviour and understanding whether this is a domestic cat when they actually do end up in the pounds. There's absolutely no requirements around behavioural assessments, and dogs are also heavily affected. I've heard that it could be anything from a professional behaviour assessor that goes through a whole range of situations in a foster care system, or it could be poking a dog with a stick through a cage. And obviously cats, if they're in fear, may respond by hissing or growling or trying to scratch because they're in fear. Can you just talk a little bit about the problems there and what you'd like to see this committee do to try to sort of untangle that? I know that there's no actual proper behaviour assessment that we know is an effective behaviour assessment, but what can we do to make sure that these animals aren't being put down because of terrible assessments? And I'll get something briefly from both of you.
That's
if
her
that's all right.
PhD topic, and she's certified. I'm silent on this one, you two.
I might start with that and then pass over to Cat Protection Society.
Thank you.
So, and this is my PhD topic, so this is an area where I'm quite passionate. Now, if there's one thing that we could do to really aid and assist, obviously there's a lot to be done in terms of staff training and how we actually handle animals and what criteria we set. But the primary core issue for a lot of these cases is that the actual conditions in which we're assessing are just poor. There's no other way to describe it. So the Association of Shelter Veterinarians has a fantastic document which is Guidelines for Humane Care for Short-Term Care in Shelters, and those guidelines are well above and beyond any criteria, any standards that are set in Australia. So you're bringing an animal into care, you're putting it into conditions that we know will change behaviour significantly, and then we're making judgments on how that animal will respond outside in a less intense, stressful environment based on that behaviour. And so addressing, and it's not as easy as saying this is the conditions that we need because it's expensive to provide those conditions, and when you've got too many animals in the system, that then creates a snowball effect. So you need to wind back, but we have to first and foremost look at the conditions in which the animals are actually being kept and being held, fix that. That will then have flow-on effects. And if in the meantime we can be driving down the actual number of animals who are coming through the system and upskilling our workforce, then we can actually genuinely probably implement some of the things that we do really need to implement at that finer level of this is what we need you to be looking for, and know that the people have got the skills to be able to do it. For cats in particular, my rule is they just shouldn't be in care unless they absolutely need to be there. It is incredibly difficult, even with fantastic conditions, to tell the difference. And there's some great research that's come out of the States about how to do that. And it takes a minimum of several days. But in the meantime, cats are getting sick. We have a home, and this was a case that I thought about mentioning in our opening statements, which is a much-loved cat who came into the home-to-home program, and their owner ran out of time. They went into a facility here in New South Wales. At the time they were admitted, a application actually came through to adopt that cat, and so there was a swapping of details. We've got an adopter. This cat has somebody who actually wants to adopt them, and just because the cat was so stressed in care, it ended up developing a urinary blockage and was dead before the adopters could come and get it. That happens in a period of days with cats. So if you need to keep them out, like the priority has to be to not actually bring them into these facilities in the first place, because you're immediately putting them in a situation which will cause disease, will cause stress, increases the likelihood that they're just going to die. So
I think a big thing is looking at fear-free options for training for staff in shelters and pounds. We at Cat Protection have all our staff and volunteers trained in fear-free methods. Basically what you're trying to do is reduce the stress levels, especially for cats, because they're so good at masking what they really feel. So what you're wanting to do is reduce that stress in the first place and try not to put a blanket rule of what behaviours should be expected of a cat. I think that's a hurdle, but it's also something that needs to be done. We assess every cat on its own merit. You know, you need to know a rough idea of the background of a cat. If you're bringing in a cat that's just been trapped by someone in the backyard, even if it's the friendliest little fluffy ball that lives next door, they're going to be so stressed, so anxious in a trap, and then taken into a pound facility where there are dogs barking, there are 20, 30 other cats crammed into small enclosures. Any cat is going to be stressed in that environment. So it goes back to the data collection, try and find out as much information as possible about that cat, and then try and work out a way to assess their behaviour. But it can't be on initial entry. It's got to be, 7 days later, 14 days later, when the cat's had time to chill, you've tried to find its person and get them home first. You've also got to look at the initial vet treatment that's given to cats. We've collected cats from pound facilities who aren't even flea and worm treated 7 to 14 days after being taken to that facility. If you've got a cat who's been lost and they are microchipped, they do have an owner somewhere, but because they've been lost for a set amount of time, haven't been flea treated and have severe flea infestation, they're distressed by that as well as them being taken into a pound facility. So you need to give them that, when they first arrive, some sort of vet treatment, the initial flea worm treatment, a health check, and then look at the behaviour post that sort of stuff. You've got to manage all that before you can look at their behaviour.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add to that too? Like Nerida mentioned, people need to be trained and to consistently and regularly, and the environment which you mentioned, there's no point assessing any animal in an environment that is so awful that the animal is reacting to that.
Thank you. Thank you again for all the work that you're doing, and thank you. I know that you're all very busy in this very difficult space, so thank you again for making time to come here today. If there was any questions on notice, or if the committee has any further questions, then the committee secretary will be in contact. And we thank you again for making the time to give evidence today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome our next witnesses, and I thank you all for giving the time to give evidence today. Could I begin by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. Dr. Rosemary Elliott, President of Sentient. I swear that the evidence now about to be given me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Dr. Alex Keogh, practice owner of Lake Road Veterinary Hospital, and I swear that the evidence now I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
I'm Priscilla Wilcoxon. I am a registered veterinary nurse and rehoming coordinator at Lake Road Vet. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah Pollard-Williams. I'm a veterinary surgeon, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from Sentient?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
The pound and shelter system is broken. The volume of animals presenting exceeds the capacity to care for and the demand for rehoming. Opening hours are limited and some refuse to accept animals. This increases pressure on the private veterinary system to hold and care for animals at their own expense. The annual rate of what is referred to as euthanasia, but is largely convenience killing, is still too high, around 32% of cats and 9% of dogs. This is justified by the view that death is not a welfare issue, providing animals are killed humanely. I think it's time to challenge this. As a society, we have accepted a culture of killing as a necessary and valid option to manage too many lost, relinquished or unowned animals. This only masks our failure to properly conceptualise and fund a restructure of our broken system by implementing evidence-based alternatives. Depriving healthy animals of their lives is a moral issue and causes moral distress to all involved, made worse by its lack of acknowledgement. Distressing examples include the common practice in shelters of killing kittens who are below a certain body weight, despite being in good health, and the late spaying of pregnant cats followed by the killing of their full-term kittens. The deaths of these neonates are not even included, or usually not included, in the figures for reporting death rates in care. Traditional pounds and shelters cannot meet the welfare needs of animals. The longer they're impounded, the more likely they are to develop infectious diseases and behavioural problems, and the less likely they are to be successfully rehomed. Even worse, there is evidence of both neglect and overt cruelty to animals in some council pounds. Examples include being underweight, kept in filthy, crowded conditions, suffering from untreated diseases and parasite burdens, harsh handling, and even being unlawfully shot by council officers. Then there are the unseen victims of this situation, owners whose pets have strayed or been relinquished due to hardship and lack of support. There are multiple causes of these problems. Socioeconomic hardship, such as cost of living and housing crises, is associated with an increase in pet relinquishment, a drop in adoptions, and poor animal management. State government funding is inadequate. The prevailing culture within the pound system is to regard animals as a nuisance to be managed and to treat their owners officiously rather than supporting them in the care of their pets. The lack of oversight of pounds, such as by routine inspections, leaves animals at risk of mistreatment. Behavioural assessments conducted in pounds and shelters are inherently flawed, reducing their validity and condemning animals to death who could otherwise be successfully rehomed. Perhaps the biggest cause of where we now find ourselves is our continued reliance on an outdated model that institutionalises rather than rehabilitates animals. Sentient advocates a wide-scale shift to transfer animals out of pounds and shelters and into a state government-funded and managed foster care system in collaboration with reputable animal charities and rescue organisations. This will save lives, provide safer environments for animals, meet their psychological and behavioural needs, increase adoption avenues, free up space for short-term stays in shelters, and improve staff morale. Such a transition will require a well-conceptualised and consistent model based on what has been effective internationally. We advocate the establishment of a State Animal Welfare Commission to oversee and staff council pounds, standardise pounds and shelters, and coordinate a move towards fostering as the primary means of caring for animals who need rehoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from Lake Road Veterinary Hospital?
Yes. So my name is Alex Keogh. I'm a vet practice owner and companion animal foster carer. I'm here today with my senior theatre nurse and rescue coordinator, Priscilla. Our practice is the only 24-hour hospital west of the Hume Highway that we are aware of, and we provide emergency veterinary services to the far north and west of New South Wales and the northern regions of Victoria. We are here to raise concerns about the current pound situation from our veterinary perspective, but we also have the added bonus of being a registered rehoming organisation. Our main concerns relate to the significant burden that strays, wildlife and orphan animals have on our practice, especially given the veterinary mental health and workforce shortages. In our community, they believe that our community believe that local government operated shelters are responsible for the care of strays, wildlife and orphan animals, but this is not the case. Our advice from our local rangers is that they are not animal welfare advocates, but they are regulators and enforcers of the legislation that only relates to dogs. The community also presume that care and services that are not provided by the shelter, that are provided by private veterinary practices, are government funded, which is not the case. We have our own in-house rehoming organisation, which is fully funded by our day-to-day business operations. Our staff love what we do and volunteer to provide the veterinary services and work as economically as possible, but regardless, our business is still expected to pay full government taxes, payroll tax, council contributions, council rates, water rates, trading fees for all of our staff, who then provide services to these unowned animals. At present, our small business provides services in the likes of education services to schools, daycares, and we also run a disability program. We provide wildlife and veterinary services and rehab. We identify owners of stray animals and reunite them 24 hours a day. We provide 24-hour emergency care for injured animals, but also take seized animals from police when there's like homeless people or domestic violence situations. There was 73 this year. We also rehome orphan animals, strays, patients that are surrendered to us, and other seized animals, but again, that's 922 this year. And this work comes at a significant financial cost, but the physical and emotional toll on our team is significant. And we love what we do, but there's got to be a better way forward.
Thank you. Dr. Pollard-Williams, did you have an opening statement that you wanted to give?
Yes, I do have an opening statement. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also would like to table the abstract of a paper looking at a One Health approach to pound management and addressing unintended harms and maximising benefits. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so the opening statement. So I'm a veterinary surgeon and I've spent the majority of my working life in clinical practice and for the last decade teaching at Charles Sturt University in Wagga. I worked in regional Australia for 6 years and the clinic serviced the local pound 3 times a week. The immediate environment is the major influence on animal behaviour at any moment in time. For an animal to be removed from its home environment to a pound is extremely stressful for that animal. The noise, smell, sights and the presence of many other animals are confounding and confronting. Therefore, it's essential that pound staff are aware of this problem and are trained to recognise the signs of tension in animals. And untrained staff may inadvertently exacerbate animal stress during handling. As a result of this stress, behavioural assessment of impounded animals is complicated and may be unreliable. There seems to be no uniform system used to assess temperaments in animals from pounds prior to rehoming. The RSPCA statistics for 2021 to 22 show that 78% of dogs killed at New South Wales pounds are done so because of behavioural problems that may in fact be poorly diagnosed. Impounded animals benefit from enrichment, including having contact with humans and conspecifics in the case of dogs, and housing designed for their particular needs. Cats are frequently misunderstood in their behaviour, and fear is the main driver for aggression in both species. Broader education for pound staff and rangers in animal behaviour and low stress handling is needed and should be mandatory. There were 2 widely reported cases of live cats being put in the freezer at the Wagga Pound, and only 1 was rescued. Rangers could expand their roles and investigate reported instances of animal cruelty, and staff should provide community education on animal needs, particularly to potential animal adopters. There are many needs that are addressed by other submissions, such as expanded ranger services, much higher funding, and subsidised desexing of companion animals. A colleague had the hideous task of killing 42 cats and kittens in one day on a visit to our small regional pound. After that, I organised a few days of very low-cost cat desexing, and the demand was absolutely intense. There is no doubt that the operation of pounds needs a major review at local and state level. A shift in culture towards LGA animal management involving education and support, rather than a punitive approach, is needed. Human and animal welfare are inextricably linked. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for the amazing work that you're all doing, particularly under the circumstances. A few of us are also on an inquiry into the veterinary shortage, and so we've already been talking about, the overlap with this inquiry as well. And we know that there's a veterinary shortage, but I guess I've got 2 questions to begin with, and this is to any of you. But first of all, what are some of the solutions that we need to see in regards to that veterinary shortage? But also, and Dr. Pollard-Williams, you just gave a horrific account of a vet going into a council and having to euthanise over 40 kittens, I think it was.
Cats and kittens, yep.
I mean, this is obviously highly stressful work. I have heard that there are council pounds where there is no vet in the region that the pound is in, or where there is a vet, but the vet doesn't want to work there, which is completely understandable if that's what's going to be required of them. What do we need to change as well within the pound system? First of all, we need to obviously get more vets, but then what do we need to change in the pound system so that that's not putting vets in these very stressful and really, really quite difficult situations, in recognising that unfortunately vets also have one of the highest suicide rates of any profession. And we spoke to the AVA, who also talked about the fact that one of the reasons that it is so highly stressful is they said that it was not actually euthanasia in these circumstances, because it's actually killing the animals because they are healthy animals, which they don't consider to be euthanasia, which is a compassionate action. So that's a very, very big question, but if any of you have some sort of thoughts about what recommendations you would like to see on the report from these committees around the vet shortage, but also improving the whole pound system so that it's easier for vets to work in.
I don't want to get too off topic with the vet shortage because it's quite a passion of mine, but in terms of the vet shortage, there's like 2 main issues which are impacting the mental health of vets, which is obviously euthanizing healthy animals. That is quite emotionally distressing, but the other one, which is client expectations on vets and having unreasonable expectations of vets. But I think the big thing that has been avoided is why a vet's so petrified of client expectations. And the root cause is they're worried they're going to get sued and they're worried they're going to go to the vet board. And the reality is that in New South Wales, 100% of client complaints are investigated through the vet board. So it doesn't matter whether you've, like some of the more public cases are like you've amputated the wrong leg, or whether you've done a perfectly good job with a patient. If the owner leaves the hospital unhappy, dissatisfied with a financial issue, the way a nurse or an admin staff has dealt with them, then that then escalates and becomes a board complaint, and then the board complaint then directly comes back to one individual vet, and that could be the vet who was in charge that day or who saw that patient, or that could be the superintendent of the hospital who's never even met that owner or that patient, and for me, like we hire a lot of vets and a lot of new grads, they're just absolutely petrified of the vet board. And I've just lost a vet who's been with us for 12 months because they're so petrified of the vet board and the possibility of a complaint after they didn't answer their phone at 1 a.m. They missed a call at 1 a.m. and then that spiralled out of control, that they were so worried that was then going to be a board complaint because they missed a call from our staff calling them in for an emergency. And so now I've lost their full-time employee because that's the level of fear that is instilled into them. And I, as a practice owner, I try to encourage them that, not every owner is going to complain and the world's, a nice place, but I also can't protect them when, I've got a lady at the moment who I was supposed to deal with today, but I'm here, where her brachycephalic dog has died of pneumonia after being desexed, but after the fact we found out that it had pneumonia, and we didn't know that prior to surgery, and the desex went well, but it's then died of a brachycephalic related disease, but she's out for blood, and now I've got to work through the team. I've never met the owner, never met the dog, but I'm the superintendent, so it's my head on the chopping block. Yeah. Anyway, so like I say, that's off the topic of the pounds, but
it's
the
still
pound,
important. It's
but that's where the vets are going. They just don't want to be vets because they're scared they're going to get sued. And like I say, everyone's putting all this pressure onto the fact that it's the client expectations, but it's the client expectations and the root cause is the legalities. But it's the actual euthanizing of healthy animals that is still definitely a big issue. But
I think that's a very valid point and very moving. Look, I would like to also talk about that from the point of the veterinary workforce shortage and the concerns we have about the welfare of animals in pounds. But I want to add shelters to this because a lot of things happen in shelters that cause moral distress to vets. Now,
sorry, can I just interrupt just to get a clarification of your idea about the difference between a shelter and a pound? Because I think sometimes
the shelters I'm thinking of are being the pounds are council run, and their brief is really not animal welfare; it's animal management. The shelters are run by charities, and they usually have a vet clinic, whether a large or a small one, attached to them, and they've got an animal welfare focus, and they do lots of other wonderful things like education and community support and stuff. Your question was about the veterinary workforce shortage and how we could help with that, and I think that links very nicely into this inquiry into the welfare and also not just the welfare but the ethics of how animals are managed in pounds and shelters. I want to use the example of cats, particularly during the cat season, spring and summer. Pounds and shelters are completely inundated with cats who are picked up. Female cats are often pregnant or at various stages of pregnancy, and they're not able to manage them all. Now, I know Sentient has a long-term goal and it's going to take a long time for a transition to the foster system, but I think one of the big issues is moral distress in the veterinary practice, in the veterinary profession, and I would hate to see the really caring, sensitive vets who think about welfare issues and ethics actually leaving. The advantage of my position is that, I've only worked in one practice. I've done a lot of other things and I'm moving into animal behaviour, but we have members who've worked for years in veterinary practice, they've owned practices, etc. And I've recently been dealing with one of our members who is in another state, in a major shelter run by a charity, and there is actually no defined point. I guess what I want to say in summary is vets need to be able to exercise conscientious objection on moral grounds. They are bullied and harassed to do late-term spays, and I'm talking really late-term. There's no defined cut-off at what point you should not spay a cat who's pregnant. If a vet refuses, they're called into management, they are bullied, they are threatened with their shifts being changed or their role being changed. And then another vet who is either willing or bullied into doing it does it. And then the cat is at a later stage of her pregnancy. It's a really despicable situation. There's no consistency either in what is done with the unborn kittens. Some of them are injected. It can actually become like caesarean surgery. So I have an example of one of our members who refused. Was told that the cat would be allowed to give birth. She was already producing milk. She came back into work 2 days later. A new grad had performed this, freaked out, didn't know what to do, could have actually spayed the cat and allowed the kittens to live. They were actually full term, but fumbled around with trying to inject them in the uterus. I've also heard of a uterus being thrown into the bin without the cats being injected, so they can live for 30 minutes. They die of suffocation. They either go in the bin as waste or they go in the fridge. These are just horrific examples, and they break the spirits. They had a TAFE student watching this. They had a vet nurse in absolute distress. This is the stuff that needs to be addressed. I mean, in terms of the front end, we have to obviously get into the desexing. I mean, I think Professor Rand presented some wonderful results last week, or the last hearing you did, of community desexing programs that were funded. They had a licence to desex and release them into community-owned situations. And it brings down the euthanasia rates and it brings down the intake rates. But these shouldn't just be research projects that come up here and there. We need dedicated funding to fix it at that end. But I think once cats are coming in, I think we really need to be thinking about foster. There are people who would love to foster with a bit of financial assistance. They are experts at rearing neonates. And, you know, we have to think beyond this killing. And even where we've got the killing, we don't have any defined, you know, my colleague was asked to photograph evidence that she saw milk being produced when she squeezed the teats. The bullying of this clinician, of others, in a charity-run shelter is appalling. And I can only think of what it would be like for a cat to go in for surgery, being psychologically prepared to suckle and rear kittens, and there are no kittens. It's just got to stop.
Thank you. Dr. Pollard-Williams, did you have anything to add?
Well, I think in terms of the workforce shortage, something else that needs to be mentioned is online victimisation of vets, because that is also a very big issue. And, you know, there are no filters on what people put out there on social media. And it just takes one disgruntled person who can really shoot down somebody's reputation online, and then everybody else goes piling in to agree with them. So that's probably what I'd say on that front. And we heard some great comments from the previous group about the cat issue, but the cat issue is, you know, it is absolutely a very serious issue. It needs to be taken very significantly as an issue to be addressed right across the board.
Thank you. I've just got one other question. In the submission by the Lake Road vets, and thank you for coming all the way here, you talked a little bit about some of the issues that you were having with rangers, and this is something we've heard a little bit about with this kind of real disconnect with rangers and their position. Can you talk a little bit about whether there's sufficient oversight of rangers? I know that you've also said that your local pound's only open 3 hours a day. I'd be keen to know what pressure that actually puts on the veterinary surgery to take in animals and house them for a period of time, and what we need to be doing in regards to that ranger space, and whether they need sort of more training and skills in animal welfare as well.
Yeah, look, the situation for us is pretty disastrous. We're open 24 hours a day and the pound's open 3 hours a day, so we do 21 hours worth of work. That being said, even when they are open, they refuse to take cats. You know, it's very difficult for them to take dogs. If someone's got a dog that, you know, they can't care for, or housing situations, domestic violence, homelessness, they won't. There's, you know, their website talks about, you know, that there's a surrender process. They can surrender them at a fee, but they won't take surrender. So that's a bit of an issue. They do have a system where there's drop boxes that are, and, you know, love them or hate them, metal cubes where you open the door, put the animal in and then shut it, but it's only for dogs, not cats. But they are only open on Friday, Saturday night. So the rest of the week they're locked because they actually don't want the animals in their care. And so our sort of facility seems to have a very, they want to keep the numbers down for like infection control, and they don't have to look after as many animals, I guess. So there's a real push to just not let them in the door in the first place. And so, yeah, we find that really challenging. But I don't know, what's the rest of your questions?
Yeah, so it's about like rangers, whether
right,
there's sufficient oversight over rangers, whether they need sort of some kind of animal welfare training.
There's not many of them, and they do parking. So I think there's, I don't work for council, I don't know. There seems to be about half a dozen. I think there's 2 that are specifically just at the shelter, but, varying levels of training. I think the ones at the shelter genuinely are trying to do the right thing, but they're sort of bound by what their bosses and higher ups are telling them, and the resources they have, and the funding and the rules they've got to follow. It's similar to what Sarah was saying about the online bullying. We've had a lot of conflict with our council about what to say to people when they bring animals to us the other 21 hours, and how we sort of try to push them back to hold on to the animal, take them to the shelter when the shelter's open, if the drop boxes are open. And twice now we've had really horrific social media backlash to the point of greater than 500 posts, messages, and we've had to close several days a week for mental health. We've had to call in psychiatrists, psychologists to work through the team because of, council in effect throwing us under the bus with regards to where to send them. And we're only following the instructions they've told us previously. And, we've had staff that don't feel comfortable wearing their work uniform downtown because of the backlash. And that's happened twice now.
Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's, just variable. The other, again, talking about board complaints, we had a ranger report us to the board for not taking a stray one time. It's like, that's your deal, like not our deal. So anyway, it's just the drama goes on.
Yeah, people are sort of just pushing it on.
Pushing the responsibility. And the other thing is, it's not just they, if push comes to shove, they'll take a dog, but like they won't take a cat. They sure as hell won't take a rabbit or a bird or a pig or a lamb or a sheep or a goat. We're not just limited to cats and dogs where we are. There's, everything. Ferrets are a common one. What do you do with a ferret?
Could I just make a comment about the ranger training, please?
Yeah, please.
So in my initial submission, I did mention the Certificate 4 in Companion Animal Services. That is now, of course, because I didn't check, been superseded by the Cert 4 in Animal Behaviour and Welfare, which is very, very focused on the type of information that would be phenomenally useful for rangers and all pound workers to have at their fingertips. There are a number of core subjects, there are a number of elective subjects, but really you could steer it towards, making sure that people had some experience in recognising signs of tension in animals, in low stress handling techniques, and actually being aware about the welfare needs of animals in pounds, dogs, cats, any other species, because largely those at the moment are unaddressed in terms of their environmental needs, at the absolute start, let alone their social and behavioural needs.
Thank you. The Honourable Aileen McDonald, I think.
Thank you for attending today. My question, was to do with the actual rehoming centres. But then as you've been talking, I've thought I should actually reframe my question to: how do you prevent animals ending up in the rehoming? So what kind of measures would you have, or would you suggest? Because
preventing them entering the system, is that what you're trying to say? Yeah. In terms of preventing them getting into the system, I don't know. In terms of once they enter the system, the first thing we can do is get them back to their bloody owners. Look up their microchip.
Yeah.
Do you know how many animals go through the shelters that have microchips and owner details on them? Like, you just got to scan them. Second issue is the microchip databases. How many is there? There's got to be 6, 7, 8. If there's not 8, there's 15. There is so many databases. Vet practices are not taught, and vet practice staff are not taught how to mine data. You know, we're taught pet registry, we go on there, there's something there or there's something not. But realistically, if a member of the public brings in an animal, they think that the microchip is the be-all and end-all, and we scan it with a chip and we go, it's got a chip, wish us luck. Because the reality is less than 50% of microchips, we can actually track an owner down, like actually have accurate data on them.
Is that because they're not updated as
they're
in the
not, either not
information?
registered, like there's no information on that chip, or the information on the chip is the breeder. That is a crazy number. And then if it is the actual owner, is the data correct? Like I reckon you probably could run the stats on it. Less than 25% would actually have the correct owner and the correct details and the correct address and the correct phone number. That being said, if that means that 25% animals, as soon as they enter the system, can go straight back out, sweet, let's do that. But I think there's no emphasis, especially with our shelter. The emphasis is on not letting them into the system by just deferring them, or if they're in the system, just get them out to a rescue group and just, you know, in effect, just using and abusing non-for-profits, non-government organisations, just flick them out of the system. And, yeah, I think that's a bit excessive as well. But, yeah, there's this middle ground where we've got this system called a microchip. Like, use it. Yeah.
So do you think the pet register that the Office of Local Government would assist with that? I know they're trialling it at the moment, but have you had any
seems to have a
sort
lot of
information?
upgrades, and it seems to be down a lot. That's definitely our probably biggest struggle. The other thing is that we can't update the information, so I don't know whether that would be, we can mark whether a dog's desexed or not, but, you know, if we've got an owner in front of us and everything's above board and they've moved house and got a new phone number, it just seems like we could kill two birds with one stone. That being said, I don't think it's our job or our responsibility, but equally, you know, maybe there's some way that, you know, we could be efficient in trying to update systems. The other thing is most practices have a digital database these days, and they're all quite, you can get integrations and APIs and things, so they talk with other systems. I imagine it wouldn't be too much of a stretch of the imagination to have some sort of API connection where the database could talk. Don't know how that works. But again, our personal vet practice database is more reliable than the pet registry database. So we'll obviously look up a microchip on the database and have no success, and then we'll look up our own database, and you know, that's got a little bit more chance of finding the owner.
And did you want to?
Yeah, look, I think I was interested in the number of organisations who in their submissions talked about extending the range of owners, let's put it in brackets, who could be listed on a microchip, and that could include an animal welfare organisation. And so that would fit in nicely with the whole thing of community cat programs being, I mean, I'm sure the council funding is inadequate, but it would be good to think about a preventative model rather than just fixing it once they come in. I think we need a lot of really targeted desexing programs, particularly in areas of low socioeconomic status, because people are struggling and they can't afford all of this. And it should not be at the expense of veterinary practices. It should be funding that vets can be paid their normal amount, or maybe whatever they want. But I think if we have this sort of targeted programming where you've got community semi-owned cats by the community, then you wouldn't list owners, but you would perhaps list an associated rescue group or animal welfare organisation. The other thing I'm thinking is that money would be better spent helping people who are underprivileged to have their cats desexed, to have their cats microchipped, you know, registration costs waived, all of that kind of thing. You're preventing this influx during the cat and kitten season. You're also preventing dogs going missing, or at least they can go back. I mean, so many dogs are just stray and they've got no identification. So there's somebody out there grieving for them, and we don't know who they are. And it just puts so much pressure on the system once you get to the pound and shelter and vet practice. Because vet practices, I mean, I'm just so impressed by what Alex and Priscilla have presented, and that's an example of a vet practice doing two jobs.
Yeah.
It's just not sustainable. So I think the funding needs to help in, and you could easily identify where I think Professor Rand said that most of the cats were coming from underprivileged areas, and they were owned cats.
I think there already is systems in place for mandatory microchipping, desexing, registration. Those systems and that legislation already exists, but it's not upheld. And again, for us, if council aren't going to enforce it, then, there's knock-on effects.
If I just follow up on that, because I was going to ask something similar.
If it's just a follow-up, and then we can go back to...
Thanks. So this is something I want to know about. So it is mandatory to microchip. Like, when does the legislation mandate that? If you think about the supply of animals, right? So, I don't know, Mr. and Mrs. Jones go and buy a cat from a pet shop or whatever, and then the cat breeds. Is there a requirement to chip the mother and the offspring?
They can't be advertised without a microchip number. So as soon as they, I guess if they were born in your house, they're not microchipped. But as soon as they're 8 weeks, and look, I'm not fully up to spec with this, but my understanding is once they exit at 8 weeks, they have to be microchipped. But they also have to have a microchip number to be advertised on any of the rehoming platforms. Yeah.
And so the onus is on the owner to do this, but it's not enforceable because it's just too hard.
Yeah.
Right. And is there anyone that solved this problem elsewhere?
No, but it's not just microchipping. Like, there's even just impound fees.
Yep.
Like our shelter. Oh, don't worry, that's so and so. He's a regular. Just shoot him back to his family. It's like, yeah, but that's the 5th time he's been in. Like, if you enforced the actual rules that are already there, like, again, if we're talking about from an economical point of view, if our shelter's taking in 1,200 animals a year and most of them are owned and we're dishing out the appropriate fines, there's actually some money there to build better facilities, do mental health assessments on the dogs. But it's not consistent. Yeah, that's the issue. It's just there's rules there, the legislation's there, no one follows it. And so we just see them when they're 6 months old and they've never been microchipped.
I suppose the problem is you could get it chipped at this point of supply, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then when they go and breed, how do you monitor that they're getting? Yeah.
Can I make a little comment about that related to my discount cat desexing?
Sorry, Aileen, is this okay?
Yeah, and then
We'll go back to as soon as Dr. Pollard Williams has answered, we can go back to.
So I'm looking at exactly this issue when my colleague had this horrific experience of having to euthanise the 42 cats and kittens on one day. And bear in mind, we went to the pound 3 days a week, and there was always whoever got the short straw had to go to the pound because it was just the kill run, basically. I organised these very, very cheap desexing days for cats. And I think we put in place they had to be receiving some kind of government support payment in order to qualify for this. Totally unsustainable model because we've all donated our time. But the things that came out of that were that the vast majority of these cats had never been to a vet clinic before. They were not desexed, they were not vaccinated, they were not flea treated, they were not dewormed. Most people had got the cats because their friend's cat had had kittens and they had given the cats away, and most of these cats had had previous litters. So there was just this endless cycle of poorly managed, in a legislative term, we would say they were not responsibly owned, but as soon as these people had the opportunity to have a low-cost desexing, bang, they were in. They really wanted to do something for these pets. And then we found that once they'd been able to get them desexed, they then thought, oh, maybe I could deworm it and maybe I could vaccinate it as well. So we tended to offer that as an additional discounted service. But that kind of thing is quite unsustainable for vet clinics to provide, I think, as Alex would agree.
Dr. Pollard Williams, I wanted you to, you mentioned in your opening statement about, I think, the punitive nature. Could you expand what you mean by that? Like, for me, coming from, say, the adult sort of, punitive is punishment.
Yep.
So are you talking about enforcing fines?
Yeah, I'm talking about enforcing fines, and as Alex has mentioned, in many LGAs, rangers are using the legislation to go, we've got this dog, it's not desexed, it's not microchipped, yes, we know who the owner is, the fee to that owner is going to be, by the time they've desexed, microchipped, all done, all that stuff, several $100s, which people can't necessarily produce at a short term. And the fact is that the rangers are then not at all interested in trying to mediate a way around getting that dog back to that family and allowing that dog to continue to live. I had the most heartbreaking experience whereby we had a dog into the clinic, and this was when I was working where we serviced the local pound. The dog had a minor surgical procedure because it had an accident. We stitched it up. The owners didn't have enough money to pay. We kept the dog. Finally, after about 4 weeks, we said, if you can't come and collect your dog and pay your bill, and we hadn't charged them the additional, $40 a day rate, we'll send the dog to the pound. So the dog went to the pound, and a week later, my colleague came back and said, I just euthanized that dog, Ben. So he'd come in as a family pet. They'd agreed to have the treatment done. They couldn't afford to collect him from the vet. They couldn't afford to collect him from the pound. The dog died. This happens all the time. And this is the problem with, and that's why I refer to it as a punitive approach, because there's not we've got a problem, let's negotiate and try and fix it. But obviously fixing it is going to require money from somewhere. I'm well aware of that. But at the same time, having had the experience of trying to offer those cheap desexings, as soon as there was something there, people were champing at the bit to get in and get on the list. And then we had some funding from RSPCA, and we had some funding from private donors who bequested. So we actually utilised that to continue that in the clinic at a slightly cheaper rate for people.
Yeah. Okay. I think I hand over to...
Thank you. Thank you very much. If I could just go to just in terms of the terms of reference, in terms of under E, factors influencing the number of animals ending up in New South Wales pounds and strategies for reducing these animals. And if I could just touch on what we've just spoken in terms of sort of the cost and that very sad and confronting experience there in terms of the payment for the treatment undergone by the dog. And maybe if I could start with Dr. Elliott, and I refer to the your submission here, and on the third paragraph you talk about cost of living and the housing crisis. It would be helpful to get a little bit more insight into the cost of living pressures and the cost and the consequence for pets here, that would be helpful.
Yeah, look, I guess I think traditionally most animals were lost or stray. There are more animals being relinquished now by owners because of cost of living pressures. A lot of people cannot afford to pay their rent or cope, but the other problem is our rental laws are not pet friendly. They sort of are, depending on, but you still need permission from the owner, and then all the people in the strata can have a chip in and say. And particularly if you've got a medium to large size animal, or such as a dog or a particular breed, it is not easy. It's not easy to get a rental property at all. And then when you throw in an animal, you are disadvantaged. So that's one of the problems. The other thing in terms of animals being lost and stray and whatever is, even when they're microchipped and the owners are located, they've got to pay a relinquishment fee, what do you call it, the fee of getting the dog back. And a lot of people can't pay that. So there are a lot of reasons why people who are struggling financially are not able to keep their dogs or reclaim the reclaim fee is what I meant to say. The councils are not enforcing the whole desexing thing. There's not enough capacity to do that, and so there are people who've got undesexed animals who are breeding, and this is adding to the problem as well. And I think we've got this piecemeal approach. You hear of wonderful organisations like the ones presented here today who've done low cost desexing. That's at a cost to their practice, so that's not going to help the veterinary situation. And they're getting little bits of grants here and there. It's not. I don't know why there's not funding through the government, through the councils, however that works, to actually prevent this happening. Because this is one of the biggest reasons why animals are ending up in pounds is the uncontrolled breeding, and the lack of enforcement of registration and microchipping. But for people who are struggling, and particularly people who have had to leave a home due to domestic violence, some of the shelters will take animals. Not all of them will. So we need a whole suite of measures to protect. You need pet-friendly rental laws. You need really for people who are disadvantaged. They can't pay for this. Why can't we help them with this and pay? I'm not talking about people just claiming their disadvantage. There's got to be proof. But to have their desexing paid for by the government, whether through the council or whatever, I think this is a very large reason why we're getting so many animals presenting to pounds and shelters. And it's not that people don't care, it's that people can't pay.
We've only got a few minutes left, so I might just see if the government had any further questions.
Yeah, so how do we solve this? I mean, because the essence of the problem is you've got this population out there that you don't really have a handle on for a start. So how do we solve this problem of actually ascertaining how many animals are out there even if the microchip system was functional in the sense that people were doing what they're supposed to do? Well, clearly they're not, but that's part of the problem. But after they're breeding, how do you monitor that people are actually doing the right thing? Like, what's the solution? Has anyone come up with a solution to this? I mean, I notice in this Dr. Pollard Williams that this paper you've presented, at the end here it says there's the one welfare concept used in the World Animal Health Organization. Like, have they come up with a strategy that...
Unfortunately, not yet.
Right.
No. But I think the issue, particularly with cats, is that a lot of people are still not going to comply with those requirements of microchipping and registration, because if they have a limited amount of money and they're offered a discount, a service at a discount, they would probably take the desexing over the microchipping and registration. And a lot of people who utilised our cheap desexing service were very worried that we would then give their information to the local council and they would be pinged for having an unregistered animal. So this is part and parcel of this. We need a more holistic approach, and we need to take an approach of a bit more carrot and a bit less stick, really. But
you could maybe have a system where the government took on microchipping, and then people could bring the animals in for free microchipping.
Well, currently in Wagga there are some...
where, sorry?
In Wagga Wagga.
Yep.
There are some sessions run by another charity, Pause for Purpose, and they offer very discounted microchipping and vaccinations. I think it's $15 for a vaccine and $15 for a microchip. I'm not entirely sure what the current rates are, and there are queues out through the door to have that done.
Right. So that would indicate that people will do the right thing.
Yeah, people will do the right thing. It's just the cost, and the cost is one of the main reasons stopping people reclaiming animals from pounds.
I guess the only issue when we are doing those programs is that if people are getting vaccinated on the cheap, then that's undermining small business, and then they're not building an ongoing relationship with
with a practice to then care for them when they are sick down the track. So, like, we're very for the microchipping and vaccinating, but I think it's probably more proactive if the government, like, subsidised or did some sort of funding of de-sexing or vaccination.
When
or
I say the government, I
microchipping.
didn't mean necessarily insourcing all the, but
Just because then they're building a relationship with the practice.
Yeah.
But I think most of these people are low socioeconomic. They've got mental health issues themselves, and they're using animals as a means to self-medicate. But again, if their dog gets impounded and they can't afford to get it vetted and the impound fees to get out, I don't know of any shelters that are doing payment plans or afterpay or vet pay or zip pay. Like every other industry in Australia seems to be doing payment plan options. And, it'd be, great if the government can afford it, but I also get that, the government can't pay for everything. And so if, even if there was just payment plan options or it was, added to their rates or something else, then there's a way to still recoup the money. But regardless, like de-sexing a cat in a lot of practices is only a couple of $100, and I don't know how much, a lot of councils, we can't even get the information of our own council, but how much money and resources is going into a lot of these shelters and pound facilities and even public grants. It's like if you divide that by the number of animals, we can just sex the cat 3 times over. So we might as well de-sex it once. We've got less cats and we're still ahead. So like it's, I think it's pretty simple maths if you worked out the cost.
What do people do now commonly in the situation where they have a litter of cats? Like, aside from give them away to friends, like what, do they just go and dump them in the bush?
They dump them on our doorstep.
Dump them at the clinic.
At night.
I've had very small kittens still with umbilical cords attached, dumped in a bucket on my clinic doorstep.
Yeah, that's like 100 cats a year. Like
It's a lot.
Like
It's
this
a lot.
big. And we hand raise them at all hours of the day and night. We look a little weathered, but it's because we're feeding kittens.
But the other thing to remember is that those owners who can't afford to relinquish their dog, or can't afford to pay to get their dog out of the pound, I should say, sorry, we'll probably go and get another one. So
That's exactly the issue.
You're
They
not
go get another one.
You're not stopping the human behaviour at all.
You're better off with
So
that
you're
animal.
better off to try and nurture that one animal, one owner relationship.
Yeah. And even if the grants or government subsidies were just one patient per person, that limits it. Look, plenty of people with mental health issues have 10, but at least if it was one, then it's fair. But yeah, like that's the thing, you're better off with that one, staffy living with that one family than it then rampaging the pound and stirring up all the other dogs and, ending up on death row and then affecting the other thing is the strays. When we were taking strays, we were taking, I think 400 or 500 a year. Like a lot of these dogs are actual dangerous and like injuring our staff. And yes, we had a nurse slip a disc in her back, and it's a whole eye care investigation. It's like it's not even our dog.
So essentially, the system's producing a production line for death row.
Yeah. And not supporting the animals staying with their family or getting back to their family or the responsible ownership of that pet with that family.
And
like start, middle, finish.
And the impact on the morale of veterinary staff, nurses, vets, practice managers, animal attendants. It's just a dreadful, vicious cycle.
Vets won't work at practices. Like that's a question you get asked. Do you do the pound work? Oh, okay, because if you don't do the pound work, you're an option for me to work for you. If you do the pound work, then vets won't work for you.
Yeah.
Fair enough too. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, could I just say one last thing about another area where pounds are not kind of meeting the requirement is that the other thing that happens at the Wagga Pound is that there are 2 local charity groups that pick up a lot of animals from that pound. And so in one instance, I could say that the number I was given for quite recently, just before COVID, was 200 animals a year were taken out of the pound to this local charity. All those animals that were microchipped were transferred over into the name of the lady running that charity, and it's then her responsibility to transfer it all over with the OLG when she rehomes those animals. So the issue there is the pounds are just sliding these animals off into the system the other parts of the system, and they're doing all the legwork at considerable cost to themselves to actually get those animals out into homes.
So can I just ask one quick follow-up on that, because it's just reminded me of something that I have heard, is that all this paperwork too, like, you know, if you're giving this animal to the rehoming group and then the rehoming group is rehoming those animals, is it true that this paperwork is still all handwritten paperwork that is then hand delivered to the council that can take many, many months for that animal to actually be put through the system and transferred? So does that all need to just become electronic and easy?
Make life heaps easier if it was electronic.
I don't want us as vet practices to have to do that, but it's also very frustrating when they're on their third home and the paper trail hasn't caught up or the paper trail gets lost.
Because
so whether
it's still
there's
sitting at council potentially for
again, like
a
council
year.
could just give us $5 to lodge the paperwork or something, and they're probably saving $100 per dog or something. But we get asked to write, I don't know if it's other people, but we get asked to write certificates so that owners don't have to pay full registration fees to own an entire dog. Like, I don't know if that's just a thing for us locally, but I have a real issue with it. But our pound accepts that a vet can write a letter saying, I recommend that your dog doesn't get desexed.
Until it's 1 year
Until
of age.
it's 1 or 2 or whatever. And the pound accepts that. And I'm thinking, the whole point, like, you know, whether we're for or against delayed desexing for all the different, you know, pros and cons of the health benefits or not benefits, why should, like, me as a vet be writing a letter that undermines the legislation that I'm trying to encourage that says desex your pet or register it by 6 months? But like, that's the you know, that's the shit uphill we have to fight every day, is that we write that and then the council say, oh, well, if you don't like that, go to a different practice, and then just again undermines us and we look like the arseholes because we're trying to follow the rules. We don't mind if you have an entire dog at 10 months of age, but pay the goddamn, you know, the full registration fees. That's an increased risk on our community, having an entire dog in the community. For puppies, they get hit by a car, they end up with us. Like, it's just, yeah, it's a risk mitigation issue. I don't care whether you're entire or not. Yeah.
Can I make a comment about that too?
Yeah.
Have we got time?
That's right.
The other thing with that is that, you know, with local councils, so I'll just give you an example. So the last dog that I acquired, I actually acquired it from a breeder because she had not made the cut for showing and breeding. So I got in the car and came home with an entire female whippet. And of course, the first thing I did was desex her. And then I went into the local council with the desexing paperwork. And a letter written by a colleague saying, you know, well, we've advocated this whippet wasn't desexed until 15 months because blah, blah, blah. And then it was incredibly difficult to actually get her registered as a desexed animal because I'd brought her home as an entire animal. And there was this sort of fiasco in the local council office in Wagga where she had to be registered as entire, and then they said, oh, you know, we're going to change it later, so... I never bothered to follow up on that. What she's linked on the New South Registry now at this stage, I don't care because she's desexed. So
I think just the only other thing to add to that,
ridiculously
around,
hard.
You know, Priscilla deals with this. I don't know the patience she has, but as a rehoming organisation, we can't actually look up and see what patients are in our care. So, you know, we get fined by council for not transferring a microchip within a timely fashion. And we're thinking, who the hell even is this dog? And, you know, there's no way of, being able to look up the database and look at all the patients who are in our care. And like I say, it's over 600, and making sure that they're actually transferred to the correct owners. I don't know, do you have anything to say on that, Priscilla?
I think it's become it's so unreliable that I send council photocopies of the change of ownership forms so that I've got that one piece of paper as proof that we've got the signed form, and I just keep photocopying it each week, fortnight, month, and sending it in until it gets changed. I rehomed 2 14-year-old dogs, and it took almost 2 years to get their details changed. Like, they were kind of risking being deceased before the change of ownership was actually updated. So lucky they probably couldn't, get out and roam around and be at large.
And if they get lost during that time and we're the last person, then we're the one who's responsible as the rehoming organisation for them being hit by a car or crashing someone else's car or biting someone else's dog or child.
Yeah.
And so we're liable during that period.
Wow. And it's just because there's this bank up from council.
Yeah. And it might be manageable when we're looking at, rehoming 20 or 30 animals a year, but when we're up around 500, it's a midnight job.
I think that's the thing. Like we're over 500, pushing 600 animals, just cats and dogs, that we've rehomed this year. And our local shelter has done 1,100, and they've got a shelter. I say shelter, but I just try to encourage positive vibes. But they're a pound. They've got 6 or 8 rangers. They've got a facility. That's their full-time job for however many staff they've got, and we're doing half that as a hobby at night, as well as running our practice is estimated to be a practice that requires 10 to 15 full-time vet equivalents. We're running off 4.
Well, thank you all for coming in today. We have gone over time. But
Sorry.
No, but that was all really important, so thank you for staying back. I'm not sure if there's any questions on notice, but if there was, the Secretariat will be in contact with you, and if the committee has any follow-up questions, they'll also be in contact with you about those as well. Thank you again for all the amazing work that you're doing and for taking the time out to actually come here and give evidence. It's been extremely useful, so thank you. The committee will now break for lunch and return at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. I now welcome our next witness who's here to give evidence, and I thank her for coming in today. Could I ask our witness please to state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation to start with?
Nell Thompson, Coordinator of the National Getting to Zero program. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful. Thanks, Ms Thompson. And do you have an opening statement that you would like to give?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I also pay my respects to elders past and present and to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here today. Getting to Zero is a national program providing free, remote and on-site consulting and support services for local government, not-for-profits and community groups to keep people and their pets together and improve outcomes for lost and homeless animals in every community in Australia. G2Z advocates for community solutions to be developed for community problems. The animal welfare movement grew in response to a lack of animal protection laws, and companion animal management was born of the need for local authorities to deal with community health, safety and amenity problems that related to stray and irresponsibly owned animals. Since then, changing values in relation to how animals and people should be treated have brought the two sectors closer together. While some of the aims of companion animal management have not changed, the way the community expects it to be delivered has changed substantially. As well, the animal welfare and shelter sectors have recognised that companion animal welfare is better when animals don't cause harm or nuisance to others. Consideration of both animals and community needs is necessary. Although primary reasons for existence may vary, both sectors are therefore moving towards a shared strategic approach, and being community services, they need to evolve with the community. What we're talking about during this inquiry is not just about welfare or management or regulations or enforcement. For the most part, it's about people and their or other people's pets. It's about empathy, compassion and equality for people and their pets. It's about ensuring that disadvantage does not create more disadvantage. The last 20 years has seen a surge in academic interest in these related sectors, largely due to the close relationship that's held with human health and social science. We now have a rapidly advancing, robust body of evidence to work with when developing everything from policy to processes, from facility design to service provision. We no longer need to rely on how things were done or guess at solutions to common issues. Companion animal management generally falls under the jurisdiction of local governments and may be shared with not-for-profits. However, both these sectors lack resources to implement prevention and support strategies. Government can help by supporting councils to implement community engagement and support programs that will improve animal welfare and management outcomes that are in line with social expectations and that also provide environmental benefits. Animal management is a community service that needs investment. Funds could be redirected from punitive strategies towards these aims. In closing, my family have adopted several dogs that were transferred from New South Wales to other states as the only option for a live release outcome. These were lovely dogs that originally belonged to another family. Somewhere along the line, a judgment call was made that the original family may not have been good enough to have their pet returned to them. It may have been for many reasons, but we could safely bet that most of them could have been resolved with the utilisation of the principles of social justice. I will open for questions now.
Thank you so much. I might jump in with a couple of questions myself. Obviously, getting to zero means getting to zero euthanasia within our pound system.
Not
or
only.
am I wrong? Yeah.
Not only anymore. And I think, 15 years ago that might have been the case. But now we're also focusing as much on preventing intake. So it's getting to zero animals
Zero
needing
pounds.
to come into, that's right, animals needing to come into the system.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. In which case, what are the main things that the state government can do to first of all, reduce that euthanasia rate further and reduce the number of animals entering the pound system?
I think that the system needs to be taken apart. We need to view it from a front-end approach rather than a back-end approach. So at the moment we are reactionary. We're dealing with the problem after the fact. So we're spending $34 million a year in New South Wales or thereabouts on the back end when the problem's already happened. If we could change our thinking to a front-end approach and deal with the issues of why animals are coming in, yes, money still needs to be spent on municipal and not-for-profit shelters. There will always be that need, but it will not be nearly as much as it is now.
So, I mean, I guess we've talked a lot in this inquiry about laws around breeding and backyard breeding and registration of microchips and the fact that people aren't doing that and the length of time for councils to paperwork, the fact that there's no standards currently for council pounds. I mean, as a committee, you know, where do we start to tackle this problem? Like, what are those top things as far as recommendations in the report that you think we need to be doing as a priority?
We need to look at what the actual problems are in each community. So that goes to the need for more data, more robust data. And that's, we've mentioned that in our submission and some suggestions around that. But a lot of the time we don't actually know what the problem is. So, for example, we talk about backyard breeding. What does that actually mean? Is that people intentionally breeding a dog for financial purposes? Or is it that someone's dog became pregnant and then they were left with a litter of puppies and so on and so on? We don't actually know what the starting point is. So we do need more information there, but I think that we can safely assume, based on the body of evidence that we're starting to get out of Australia, particularly in relation to cats, thanks to Dr. Jackie Rand and Dr. Gemma Ma. But from overseas, particularly the United States of America, culturally it's very, very similar to the situation that we have here. So we know that people need help to be the owners that we need them to be, and, you know, we in the sector of companion animal management and welfare. So how do we help them to do that? We've done that with people with children, help them to be better parents. We've given them the services to do that, where childcare, baby clinics, you know, things like that. But we don't have that yet for animals. Animals will always be part of people's families. We cannot keep making this judgment call, if you can't afford it, you can't have it. People are going to have pets.
Absolutely. One of your recommendations is to implement strategies to divert homeless cats away from the pound system and into more humane and socially acceptable alternatives. Can you just expand on this a bit more for us? And are you talking about, you know, large desexing programs, or obviously there's going to be a lot more sort of layers to a program like that?
Yeah, there are. And I guess that's one of the things, the term that you just used, homeless cats. Are they homeless, or do they have a home? It may not be the home that you and I provide for our pet cats, but it may still be a home. So once again, we need to identify that. If they're semi-owned cats, perhaps we could offer desexing, as Cat Protection Society of New South Wales are doing, and return it to the location in which it lives. The family that is probably caring for it perhaps might need a bit more support to do that, but are quite happy to have it residing, you know, in their shed or wherever it might be. So the provision of free desexing, and yes, we've, you know, had discussions around people who are having difficulty with financial considerations, but if a cat is not desexed, doesn't matter who owns it or what their income level is it's going to get pregnant if it's a female. So we need to desex it. So if we put more focus on those preventative strategies, And yes, we have a vet shortage. Perhaps there are other things we can investigate around short-term drug interventions. There's quite a bit of research that needs to happen in that area as well.
And do you have any sort of thoughts around subsidised vet care for people on lower incomes, for example? It's come up a lot in this inquiry. First of all, about the vet shortage and the pressure on vets, and then we hear, very difficult stories from the vets who are left with animals who are potentially healthy, or with a $2,000 could potentially become a very healthy animal, but with people who can't afford it, and the stress on them. Do we need some kind of I don't want to use the word veticare too much, because I think people have very different ideas around what a veticare system is.
Yeah.
But some kind of subsidised vet care system, so that vets can do that work but reclaim some of those costs, so that people who do have lower incomes can actually get that vet care at a lower cost. And what will that change for vets, and what will that change for the pound system and for animals?
Absolutely. I do think that is a good option to investigate. So my background is in the veterinary industry. As a vet nurse, I worked in emergency and critical care for some time, and financially based euthanasia was an everyday occurrence. Every day, and which is obviously very distressing for the staff. And we know one of the reasons that people are leaving that sector is mental health. So it would definitely take the pressure off there. And then definitely for the municipal and not-for-profit shelters, they get animals in all the time. And there are lots of programs happening around Australia where people are surrendering their pet that needs health care, and then someone is fixing it up and then adopting it out to someone else. That's a crazy way to use money. We could adopt a different animal out to those people, fix this one, and give it back to the family that already loved it.
Absolutely. Does the government have some questions they want to jump in with?
I was just curious. Similar to, I suppose, some of the previous lines of inquiry. With this, it seems to me like it's a bit all over the place. So, obviously, you've got the issue of microchipping and getting the accurate data and keeping a handle on how big the population is and all the rest of it. But in terms of then the sort of uncontrolled breeding that goes on out into the never, which seems to me like a thornier problem. Is there, why isn't there mandatory desexing required at the supply points?
Mandatory desexing and mandatory containment sound like they're silver bullets. They really do. And when I first heard about them 20 years ago, I thought, fantastic, let's all get onto this.
Yeah.
It is not. And I'm talking specifically about cats at the moment, because really this is everyone's biggest problem.
Yeah.
We could just talk about cats all day. So the majority, 70% of cats being intake to a municipal or not-for-profit shelter are unowned or semi-owned. So any mandatory compliance legislation approach is not going to affect them at all. All it's going to mean is that they come into that facility, no one reclaims them, they're not social enough to be rehomed, and so they're killed.
Yeah, but in terms of where that supply of those cats originated, if you kind of wind it back to where the supply points are, how does it happen? Let's just say, as a bit of an experiment, as inhumane as it might be, we euthanized all the excess population, right? We started from scratch.
Yes.
In theory, if you were to mandate desexing at all the supply points, wherever that is, pet shops, breeders, pounds, whatever, in theory, you would then stop the multiplication, wouldn't you, of the population?
Once again, it's a good theory. I think desexing absolutely must be mandatory for any pet that is sold from a shelter.
Is it
or
now?
a pet shop. Not as far as I'm aware. My understanding is that it is not in New South Wales.
Right.
And it does need to be, absolutely. But if we're talking about pets that are rehomed from the community. So my cat has a litter and I give a kitten to my next door neighbours. Mandatory, any legislation isn't going to necessarily impact those animals. We don't have enough resources within local government to be able to monitor that. But also, if I, as a lower income community member, cannot afford to comply with the legislation, is that equitable? Can we actually implement legislation that is not equitable, that people can't actually afford to comply with the law? So we need some way, to impact the problem around that. So supportive strategies are much more effective, have been shown to be much more effective. We don't have any evidence at all that mandatory containment or mandatory desexing has any positive effect at all using any criteria. So there's just no evidence for it. So putting money into that line of that strategy or those strategies at the moment would not be an evidence-based approach.
And do you know of any other jurisdictions that have tried that?
Absolutely, yeah. So my home state is Victoria. We have mandatory desexing and mandatory containment in a number of states, in a number of councils, over 20, 27, something like that. And the data that you can get out of them, once again, we have a problem with data collection, but there is no evidence that it's had any positive impact whatsoever. In fact, majority of cases, it's driven up their intake and put more pressure on capacity. And of course,
but that mandatory desexing, at what point is that implemented? Or
at registration.
At registration.
So once again, it's missing out the majority of cats.
Yeah, I suspect that might be the problem. Anyway. Yeah.
I've just got a quick follow-up question because one thing that's come to our attention as well is, and I think it was something that was fairly well-meaning initially, was to increase the cost of registering a cat that's desexed later in life. And the idea behind that obviously is to sort of say, get your cat desexed earlier, which is a good thing. However, when we start to look at these semi-owned cats, if somebody then wants one of those cats to become an owned cat or to desex that cat and register or microchip that cat, we're now putting a financial burden on somebody, so they're even less likely to want to desex and register that cat.
Exactly.
So do we need to change that? And
Yes.
is that something we need to put as a recommendation?
So once in the perfect world, we'll go back to the perfect world. Once we've looked at all our data, we've identified what the issues are in whichever community it is. We then need to drill down and remove the barriers to a solution, and that is definitely one of the barriers to a solution. So if people are happy to take on a semi-owned cat, let's make it as easy as possible. Free desexing, free microchipping, free registration. So we've got it on the records. We then have a bit more data. We need to then think about, as another issue, what is the purpose of registration? Why do we want it? What are we getting out of it? But let's say we want it for data perspective. Let's do whatever we can. So we might spend $200, reasonable amount, to desex a female, do all those things and give it back to that person. We could intake it into the system, and after the holding period, we will have spent potentially $600 to $1,000 on it. So if we're talking economics, it's a much cheaper option to provide those supportive strategies at the front end.
That's interesting. Has anyone done a cost benefit, like an economic analysis on this?
So we are starting to get research in that area at the moment. Dr. Jackie Rand has a lot of information on the financial aspect of things, and we are starting to get, in fact, at the conference that we ran in October, the Getting to Zero Summit, and we had the Australian Institute of Animal Management and AMRIC partnering with us. We had quite a few presenters talking about the social and financial side of things. So if you would like more information on that, I can certainly get you some.
Yeah, could you table whatever documents that you potentially have, and then that way the committee can...
That would be helpful, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you for coming. You mentioned punitive strategies. I just wanted you to expand what you mean by punitive strategies, because then I've got some other questions depending on what you...
Okay. So at the moment, if my dog or cat gets out, it's picked up by council, ends up in the shelter, I need to go and reclaim it. It may not be desexed, microchip, registered, all of those sorts of things. Do I have the money to do that? Or am I going to leave that dog or cat with you for that time, and then you have to work out what to do with it? So that is punitive. That's a barrier to me reclaiming. Or even just my pet gets out first time. I get fines, you know, and then all of the other things. You haven't microchipped it, you haven't registered. We are not in any way advocating that we take the stick away. There will be times when the stick is needed, but it shouldn't be the first approach. So there are lots of programs around where, you know, first time out gets a free ride home, that kind of thing. So if we remove those punitive barriers, we also, most local governments, I believe, don't have a real understanding of what that process costs them. So the process of fining, chasing up the fines, then potential warrants, all of those sorts of things costs a huge amount of money. If we could spend that money once again on the front end, help people, there's a hole in your fence, or, you know, you need to do this, that or that. Did you know this? We're working with you. You know, that sort of approach is much cheaper and gets the community on board with, once again, being the owners that we need them to be.
Okay, so then in your executive summary, where you've said some recommendations, and you've got number 2, reevaluate the existing intake system. So I imagine you're saying we'll take away the punitive side of the current system. And you've sort of asked us to explore the feasibility. What would you, if you had the magic wand, use, you know, as an intake system there?
So focusing on intake reduction. So if we could imagine every AMO have got a microchip scanner in the car, they've got fluorescent signs that they can put up in the area. So every animal's scanned, and if it doesn't have a chip or not traceable, then the person who's found it, could you hang on to it for 24 hours? Because we know that most dogs are reclaimed if they're going to be within 48 hours. We utilise a website. If you have a look at the Facebook pages for any community, the majority of dogs are reclaimed or find their way home through those. So utilise those community networks and strategies. Could you hang on to it for a day? Yeah, sure. He's getting along with Sammy in the backyard, no problem. If it's a cat, could you hang on to it? The evidence shows that it probably lives within a couple of blocks of where it's found. You know, they don't really stray very far. So intake reduction the whole time. What can we do to keep it out of? Can we give that first ride home free? Can we, when we do send animals home from reclaim, are we sending them home with a collar and an ID tag? We can have an ID tag printer in the office, and councils like Cairns City Council do this, and they send them home with it. So we're preventing that problem from happening again. So preventative actions.
Yeah. And it reminds me of my dog. Had a little name and phone number, so that when, and usually people would ring me and say, Lily has turned up.
Exactly.
And I'd say, well, I'm at work. And they'd say, oh, we're happy for you to come afterwards. So I get where you're going with that one. So then you've got recommendation number 10. So, and I think it ties in with 2, owner support services. So I think you kind of answered that in a way by saying, okay, well, the first time the dog has strayed or the cat, providing the owner with some sort of like a tag or something. Can you expand on that one a little bit more as well?
So at the moment, councils might be doing door knocking to find unregistered pets. What if we flip that around and we still do door knocking and we say, have you got a cat or a dog? What can we do to help you? Is it vaccinated? Is it microchipped? Is it desexed? Do you need a collar? Do you need a tag? Do you need help fixing that fence? What do you need to be the owner that I need you to be? So it's just flipping that that narrative around once again, rather than banging on the door, is your pet registered? People are just hiding their pets, not meant to have them anyway because I'm in a rental, that sort of thing.
And where would you see the funds for these kind of recommendations coming from? Would it be local council, I don't know, in their rates, or how would you see some funding so that these things could be implemented?
At the moment, we're spending money anyway. We're spending a lot of money, 34 odd million. But with all due respect, we're probably not spending it wisely. So we could change the way that money is spent and still within that budget that we have. But I think the other thing is too that we need to look at animal management as a core service, just as libraries are, pools are, community centres are. I don't have kids, but my rates go towards the local daycare, the playgrounds, all that sort of thing. I have no problem with that. There was an idea floated a few years ago now by the ex-president of the Australian Institute of Animal Management, who said, what if there was an extra couple of dollars in the rates that went to funding animal management as the other departments are funded within council? If we looked at it as of the same sort of importance, which I think it is, because even if people don't own pets, they're impacted by them. I might have, semi-owned cats that live on the property. What do I do with that? Where do I find those resources? So I think that, when we look at the spending in our report, we had that 1.9 billion was spent on public order safety and health. 2.1 was spent on recreational and cultural services, and 2.3 billion was spent on environmental management, including waste management, and yet 34 million on animal management. It just, it's a very important core service. It may need support from state government, absolutely, to help the system get changed around. But I think that long term, it could actually, with the budget that it has, that we can bump up hopefully a little bit, I can't see that it's going to need a hell of a lot more than what it already has.
And finally, before I ask my colleague, Getting to Zero, how long has that organisation been going? And what would I have learned if I had been able to go to the big hairy people and pet summits and workshops?
So much. We would have loved to have had you there. But the presentations, the YouTube videos and the papers are all available free on the website.
All right.
So everybody go there.
Yeah.
But I think that, so to answer your question, Getting to Zero is a program, a national program that was developed by the Animal Welfare League of Queensland. Their other national program is National Desexing Network, which you may have heard of. Lots of vets around Australia are hooked into that. And it has been around, I've been on board since 2013, but we developed the strategies and the program quite a few years before that. So we've seen local councils around Australia implementing parts of what we suggest, programs all over Australia. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get the resources and get the support from management and, other entities to implement everything that we recommend. But those programs that are in place are definitely yielding results, and we're encouraging everybody to get the data as they go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms Thompson, for your attendance and very valued input to our consideration of this. And And I've asked witnesses earlier today just about cost of living pressures and what we're seeing in terms of pets. Some have reported, I'm just wondering what your experience might be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when, once again, we're going to talk about cats. If we have a cat that's turned up in the backyard, many families have kids. If we need to make the decision on what to do with that cat, how we get it to the vet for a start. I don't have a cat cage, I know nothing about cats. But then we find out it needs desexing and all the rest of it. People coming up with that amount of money, and it's not a blight on the veterinary sector at all. Like I said, I've worked in it. I know how much things cost, but it is it is an investment for someone to do that. Now, if they're not financially in a place to do that or mentally in a place to do that, cost of living pressures have a huge amount to do with how people keep their pets. And we can see that when we look at the research that's been done, or even just have a look at the data that we do have that comes out of communities that are of lower socioeconomic status, and the rate of desexing of dogs and cats is extremely low. And there's a reason for that. It is not that people do not want to do it. They just cannot afford to do it.
No, thank you. And in terms of animal relinquishment in this environment, and what are you seeing on that?
Yes, definitely surrenders have increased. And I think, there has been reportedly, not a huge amount of data around it, but anecdotally, we've got a bit of a boost in our unowned, semi-owned cat numbers, which is partially because we're not able to keep up with the desexing through COVID because of the pressures that were put on clinics to close and reduce their activities. So we backslid there, and then now we're coming into a period where people are experiencing financial pressure, and what is the option to do? People don't have any other options at the moment other than to surrender or to let their pet breed. But once again, if you talk to the people, if you have the opportunity to work on the ground, and there's quite a bit of evidence in Jackie Rand's work where they've done interviews with semi-owned cat owners, and people want to do the right thing, but do not have the capacity. So the current cost of living pressures are definitely making an impact, and people need support.
And an earlier witness was saying about requests for food from a lot of the sort of the welfare support for the pets.
Absolutely.
There's a difference between feeding the kids and the pets. Yeah.
And we don't have, parents, families don't have a choice to make in that regard. They have to make that choice, to support their human family first. So let's help them support the whole family, because the pets are really important to these families.
Yeah, no, thank you. If just one other issue, if I might be able to touch on, in terms of vet shortages, and just as background, the Madam Chair, the Honourable Emma Hurst, and the Honourable Peter Primrose, committee member, and myself yesterday, we're on an inquiry looking at vet shortages, and we went to Inverell and saw some of this for ourselves yesterday. Maybe if you could just elaborate in terms of your comments and experiences on this.
Yeah. We are experiencing a significant vet shortage at the moment, but I think one area that we've missed is really taking advantage of the other skill set that we have in a veterinary clinic. And once again, I've been a veterinary nurse, I can speak to this. Legislation in other countries allows sufficiently skilled and trained lay staff, as we're called, to perform other procedures within a clinic, which definitely takes pressure off vets. And so, as well as encouraging people to go into the vet stream, the vet sector, we also need to upskill the rest of the team so that they can help take the pressure off, because they're absolutely capable.
And Ms Thompson, if you could just clarify in terms of lay people, being able to assist to take some of the load off. Would that be sort of outside the vet clinic in terms,
Not
from your
necessarily.
experience as a veterinary nurse?
Yeah, not necessarily. So sufficiently trained and skilled vet techs and vet nurses can do vaccination consults, can do microchipping, they can even do, male cat dissexings. There's a whole range they can do dental procedures, a whole range of things that are done in other countries with, sufficient training and support that we are not doing here. And vaccination is a big one because a lot of municipal and not-for-profit shelters don't necessarily have access to a vet clinic. Vets are integral to the operations and management of any facility, so animals should be vaccinated on intake. That helps to relieve the pressure of disease, the health of the animals while they're in care. Currently, many places can't do that because they can't access a vet. A vet is not needed to do a vaccination. Lay staff can do it with sufficient training and registration, whatever needs to happen. But the roll-on effects of the veterinary shortage impacts every animal that enters a shelter at every stage.
Thank you very much.
I've just got another question. We've talked a lot about cats throughout this inquiry, and I know that that's probably the more pressing issue, and that's why cats keep coming up. But another issue that we haven't spoken a lot about is the fact that a lot of dogs that end up impound, belong to just a couple of breeds. And I'm not suggesting any kind of breed-specific legislation, but what do we need to be doing then to deal with the fact that there are pounds that are getting breeds of dogs that are more difficult to adopt out? What do we need to do then in that space?
Well, we could look at how, for example, San Francisco approached the issue. They had a very similar problem with the breeds that we experienced, but also with the Chihuahua type. So they had an overpopulation of those as well. So they looked at their data, looked at their intake. What are the dogs that are coming in? What strategies can we develop that will impact this intake rate? Free dissexing for those types of dogs. Blanket is still in place as far as I know. And so their intake dropped because once again, if people have the opportunity, they might need help to get the animal to a vet or, whatever the supportive strategy might be. But let's look at what the barriers are. Why are we getting all of these dogs that are of a similar type? And how can we prevent that? That might be something that we look at.
And I'm assuming some of the anybody that was sort of looking against something like that would be to suggest that if we offer free desexing for certain breeds, that it would encourage more breeding or something. You know what I mean? To have more of those animals sold. Is there any sort of reality to that from San Francisco and the work that they did?
No, there isn't. And I think once again, when we look at these things, let's look at the evidence.
Yeah.
I know sometimes our minds go to, places, and I've been in this industry a really long time, and so I've been struck by new ideas really often throughout. And if you speak to me in a couple of years' time, I'll have more new things to say because it changes all the time. And so initially when we hear things, we're like, oh, that doesn't sound palatable at all. Adopting out cats, no charge from a shelter. I remember hearing that one. I was like, oh no, that's going to devalue the cat. Not at all. There's just no evidence. So let's look at the evidence rather than having that emotional response.
Absolutely. And just one more question in regards to that sort of a whole idea of mandatory desexing, and I note that you also made an important clarification that that there should be mandatory desexing for animals that are sold or adopted out, but not mandatory desexing for somebody that has an animal microchipped and registered in their name. And we heard some really interesting evidence earlier today from the Cat Protection Society in regards to even changing the microchip and registration system so that semi-owned cats could be potentially microchipped and registered, say, to a corporation or an organisation rather than an individual, because they are more of a community cat rather than that person having 30 cats themselves. Is that another concern with an idea around mandatory desexing, that would also stop somebody from being able to potentially microchip and register community cats?
Yeah, absolutely. So you did mention there that mandatory desexing associated with registration and microchipping, but I don't think any form of mandatory desexing for the community is a good idea. There's just no evidence for it. Definitely people, organisations that are rehoming pets, so rescue groups, local government, not-for-profit, everyone should be desexing those animals before they go out. But we can't do that to the community. So we need to put in place other strategies, remove those barriers. And yeah, absolutely, if we want people to take on that semi-owned cat, what can we do to remove the barriers? And I think community support programs are much more palatable to the community. None of us, when we're adults, likes to be told what to do, or that we're doing the wrong thing by our animal. We all know best. I know what's best for my pets. I'm sure you do for yours. So to be told by someone with a uniform you're doing the wrong thing, it really doesn't create a good relationship, and it doesn't get us very far. Whereas if we go offering things and offering a relationship building experience, the whole relationship changes.
Absolutely. And so I've just thought of one other question as well, because you've spoken a bit about cat containment laws, and just in regards to those community cats or semi-owned cats, I guess it'd be really interesting just to hear what would happen to those cats, because often they're left out of the argument that's been put forward by people promoting cat containment laws. Could we end up with hoarding situations where somebody's desperately trying to stop those cats from being killed and taking them into, say, a small unit with, again, 30 cats? Or would we see potentially community cats who are actually being cared for by the community, taken to the pound and potentially killed as well?
That's absolutely what is likely to happen, and what has been seen to happen in municipalities where that legislation, where we have the data, that intake has increased and those animals aren't going back home again. So once again, there's no evidence that it works. It's going to create a hell of a lot of friction. We absolutely understand the pressure that cats place on the environment. We absolutely acknowledge that. And one of the ways that we can see that we can reduce that pressure is when you desex cats, there is less roaming, there's less fighting, there's less need to, if they're connected to some kind of semi-owner, there's less need to go and, find their own food. So it does actually reduce the environmental pressure whilst you're reducing that population. We've practiced catch and kill for cats for 30 years now in Victoria, and it hasn't got us anywhere. We can do it day in and day out and destroy our staff in the process and destroy the relationship we have with the community in the process, but the evidence is not there that it gets us anywhere. So let's try a different approach that is clearly working in other places and now in Australia.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for coming in today and providing evidence, and fantastic to hear all the amazing work that you are doing, so thank you. I don't think any questions were taken on notice, but if they were, then the Secretariat will be in contact. The committee may have further questions as well, which the Committee Secretariat will be in contact with.
We'd be very happy to answer them.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Afternoon. Welcome back, and I welcome our next witnesses, and thank you for coming here to give evidence today. I'll start with the witnesses in the room. If I could ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. Starting from my left, I think.
My name's Kerry Nadasdy. I am the Assistant to the President for Animal Care Australia, and I'm also the Horse and Livestock Representative. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Davidson?
Jeff Davidson. I'm here in a personal capacity. I have several roles within rescue, which I'll explain later if I may. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Anne-Marie Curry. I'm the owner and founder of Arthur & Co. Pet Detectives, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. I now go online to Mrs Gilbert. If you can hear us, could you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Kylie Gilbert, Dog Representative for Animal Care Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Wonderful. Have we got an opening statement from Animal Care Australia?
Yes, we do.
Well, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon. Chair, I ask that this statement be tabled, please. I'm Kerry Nadasdy, Assistant to the President of Animal Care Australia, and I'm also the Horse and Livestock Representative. Today I'm joined by Kylie Gilbert, the Animal Care Australia Dog Representative. Animal Care Australia represents keepers and breeders of pets and companion animals nationally, and our goal is to promote and encourage high standards in all interactions with the animals in our care. Animal Care Australia recognises that pounds, shelters, rescues and rehoming organisations are all different but inextricably linked, and with the introduction of the Rehoming Amendment Bill in 2022, the link became more intricate than ever before. What did not accompany the growing interaction are regulations that ensure the welfare of dogs and cats that find themselves traversing through the system. Equally missing is the same level of insistence that people who run or own rescues must be held accountable for their actions and the welfare of the dogs and cats in their care. It is astonishing that the government currently holds councils and pounds, boarding facilities, dog and cat breeders to an expected level of welfare via codes of practice built into regulations, and yet very few rescues are held equally responsible. Sure, POCTA is there, but that requires a complaint and a full investigation. It is also questionable as to why there is an ongoing push for the full traceability of horses and greyhounds and even dogs and cats that leave a breeder's care, yet there remains a huge gap in the ability to trace dogs or cats that are moved from a pound and into a rescue. We need to educate society on responsible buying and ownership of pets. After all, a large proportion of dogs and cats are in the pounds because of an irresponsible owner. They didn't research its needs, its behaviour, its potential size when grown up, and some owners have no patience or willingness to recognise their animal needs training or proper social interaction. Many pounds are inadequately funded, even less have staff experienced in animal behaviour in order to correctly identify dogs that need retraining and cats that are exhibiting a natural response to being held captive rather than being labelled as feral. Currently, councils are required to collect a stray animal and take it to their facility, potentially an hour or more away from where it is collected, instead of simply scanning a microchip and returning it immediately to its home, quite likely in the same neighbourhood. This process adds an extreme level of stress and anxiety on the animals and is expensive for councils. We are also here to support a review of the New South Wales Animal Welfare Code of Practice No. 5, Dogs and Cats in Animal Boarding Establishments, 1996, and for it to be expanded to include all rescues, whether they be private, not-for-profit or commercial. Animal care is animal welfare, and just like for homeless people in our society, we need to do more to protect and assist our homeless animals. They deserve better. We would like to thank the Chair and the Committee for inviting us to appear today, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Mr Davidson, do you have an opening statement?
Yeah, if I could briefly more to introduce myself. I'm here in a personal capacity. However, I have various roles within the rescue ecosystem, if you like. So I'm a veteran rescuer. I'm co-founder of a rescue group. I've had, over the last 15 plus years, we've had 700 plus animals through our home. So that's where I come into this. On top of that, I'm also on the committee of a not-for-profit, another rescue group which operates a pound on behalf of the council. So I have experience from the pound end as well as the rescue. And on top of that, and possibly the reason I'm here, I'm the collector of data. So I'm the person who, for the past dozen or so years, has collected the raw data from Office of Local Government by GEPA every year, who collects RSP statistics and who compiles them into a form which I hope is accessible to the public and to university research. So that's why I'm here, and I distribute that via basically a Facebook page called Justice for Max, which is a front almost for a data project, but it seeks to help public understanding of what rescue is and keep things ticking over while I'm churning the statistics.
Wonderful, thank you. Ms. Curry?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the honourable members of the committee. Arthur & Co Pet Detectives welcomes the inquiry into pounds in New South Wales and appreciates the opportunity to give evidence today. Arthur & Co Pet Detectives was established in 2017 and is Australia's only comprehensive pet detective service, combining traditional methods of on-the-ground searching, traps, posters, flyers, along with innovative techniques such as targeted, geo-targeted social media advertising and the use of specialist investigators, some of whom are former police detectives, covert surveillance, online forensics and data mining, as well as technology such as thermal drones, covert trail cameras, and remotely operated underground robots. Since our inception, we have worked on thousands of cases for missing and stolen companion animals, such as dogs and cats, as well as horses, pet pigs, rescue goats, ferrets, and birds. We have maintained an approximate 80% success rate and have featured in over 100 positive media stories. Through our work, we are regularly required to engage with animal organisations across Australia, including animal rescues, microchip registries, councils, and both public and privately operated pounds. Whilst many of these pounds do good work and are well run, given the nature of our work, unfortunately, we do encounter situations where this is not always the case, and some of our investigations have uncovered wrongdoing, including a dog being marked as deceased by a council pound employee when it was known that the dog was alive and well, pet owners being told by pound staff or volunteers that the pet is not in the relevant pound when indeed the pet is, prohibitive increases in pound release fees that are unable to be justified or explained, and the funneling of impounded pets off to rescue organisations before they have served their mandatory impound time or indeed been advertised as impounded. Whilst some of these situations might arise from genuine errors, many of the cases on which we have worked arise from a person in a position of trust and power deciding to play judge, jury and executioner as they believe they know what is best for that animal, even if it means breaking laws of which they must be aware by the very nature of their roles. We have also encountered negative public perceptions of pounds, where a finder of a wandering lost pet believes that taking the pet to a pound is an automatic death sentence, deterring the finder to either rely upon the local vets, which, as we heard from the President of the Australian Veterinary Association, New South Wales Division, places a strain on their resourcing, or resulting in the finder to keep the pet for themselves or rehome that pet through their own means. None of these are optimal outcomes for that pet. One initiative that we've commenced to counter the occurrence of this theft by finding is to develop materials in a number of different languages so that the diverse range of members of our community are better able to understand and empowered regarding what they are required to do when they find a lost pet, including that taking that animal to a pound is one of the ways to help it be reunited with its owner. We have engaged accredited translators and will soon be looking to distribute these materials throughout the community, local vets and online. Whilst the inquiry has heard from many other organisations of the issues arising from abandonment of pets and the impounding of genuine strays, Arthur & Co Pet Detectives brings a perspective from that of the many owners that we represent that are genuinely searching for their missing pets and are very keen to be reunited with them as soon as possible. Accordingly, therefore, our submission focuses on some practical recommendations as to how better reunite pets with their owners, which will inevitably take some of the strain off the pound system. Recommendations such as repeat microchip scanning and registry searching for impounded pets, multi-database and multi-jurisdictional microchip scanning, ensuring that impounding fees, release fees, are structured so as to encourage responsible pet ownership, and ensuring that our companion animal laws are actually enforced, particularly those in relation to the finding of lost pets, their pathway through the pound system, and their reunification. We believe that if these practical measures are adopted, this will lead to more pets being reunited with their genuine legal owners sooner and will enhance the reputation of pounds, meaning that more found animals will be handled in accordance with the legal requirements designed to protect them and to reunite them with their genuine legal owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, sure. I might start with some questions to Mr. Davidson. We've heard a lot today about data, and a lot of advocates in this space were just saying that we need so much more data to be able to understand what priorities need to be made to reduce the number of animals ending up in the pound system and to reduce the number of euthanasias for the animals that do end up in the pound system. You've been collecting and analysing pound data for over a decade now. What are the problems and the gaps in the way New South Wales is collecting and publishing pound data? And what is the data that we need to start collecting and distributing?
The data that's collected from the pounds themselves, where accurate, and I'll get onto that in a second, is actually pretty good. It's very granular. I can look at it and see what every pound is doing. I mean, I get the raw data from Office of Local Government, not the stuff they publish, which is very abridged. So the stuff I have there can look at what the numbers that come into every pound in every month going back for 12 years. I can't trace the animal because it is just data, so I can't tell that the same 20 that came into the same 15 that went out. But I can tell it. I can also see where it's been dodged up, and that happens a lot. So I can see that there's pounds that that allegedly have 0 animals in them at the end of every month, which means that they've got their data and they've reverse engineered it. Alternatively, there's others that reckon they have peak numbers of 100 and something dogs when it's a pound that fits 8. So again, that's dodgy. Where I find, but the data set itself's quite good. Again, the full data set, and it can tell you, at least on a overall basis, and what isn't published by Office of Local Government was quite handy to the rehoming review last year when I provided it, was what's happening pre-impound. So it tells you how many are stray, how many are seized, and also how many are returned to owner prior to, and there's quite a large number are returned to owner before they're ever impounded. I think for the 2021 year, I think it was 4,518 out of probably about 25,000. So only about 20,000 hit the pound because 4,500 of them, this was dogs, were returned to owner before they ever hit the pound. So that sort of thing could be improved. Where I find difficulty in terms of this is the data collected from the rescues is also quite granular, but it's different data from, slightly different data from the pounds, so they don't mesh particularly well. The data collected, such as it is from the major shelter organisations, is awful. And so it doesn't mesh at all. So there's no ability to look at those pathways and exactly how the flows work, because the three sets of data that are collected are different, and they can't be meshed in any way. That's something I would like to see fixed.
So standardised reporting?
More standardised reporting, and certainly more detail from the major shelter organisations who seem to get a free pass on what data they did. I mean, I'll be frank, RSPCA New South Wales' annual report came out a couple of days ago, and it was bereft of any real information. And there might be some useful information once RSPCA Australia publishes the information, probably around February, March. So I think, there's data there. It just needs to be made in a way which could be...
Analysed and... And you sort of hinted about the accuracy of the data. Do we need sort of some kind of auditing and oversight of the statistics as they're collected?
Definitely. One thing I was going to probably mention later, but I can mention now, for example, when it came to cats quite some years ago now, but there was a federal government department which praised a regional council in New South Wales for its disposal of feral cats and mentioned some numbers. But when you looked at the data, I can see that what the pound did was every single one of the 585 cats that came into that pound in that year was marked as feral or infant and killed. So I think that's statistically unlikely, and it wasn't in line with the years before or after. So I think just a bit of overview, looking for the stuff that's clearly outliers, and the fact that the councils know, if the councils knew that this data is being looked at, whereas the only person that ever looks at this data is me. And unfortunately they're not sufficiently scared of me to take notice of that. So certainly there needs, from the Office of Local Government view, there needs to be someone looking at least on a overview to go, this doesn't look right.
You also mentioned in your submission that most councils don't even report how much money they're actually spending on the pound. It was interesting, we've heard from a lot of councils saying that they don't have funding or there's no money that they can give to the council pounds. But then we heard from the Office of Local Government this morning saying, or they're just not prioritising the pounds and they're putting the money into other priorities, but the money is supposedly there somewhere. What does it need to be mandatory reporting around the finances, and if so, that they're putting into the pounds, and if so, why?
I think in my attempts to look at what councils are spending on this, and therefore trying to work out whether ratepayers are getting bang for their buck and the community is getting bang for their buck, it's almost impossible for me to work out, and I'm quite familiar with a set of accounts, what they're actually spending on the accounts, because the spend is included in miscellaneous services or wherever it's put. It can't be split out. Victoria does have the Know Your Council system, which is quite deficient in many ways. It at least makes an attempt to have councils say what they're spending on animal welfare. It's not at all clear to me what's included in that category, or whether it's standardised, or whether they can still make stuff up, but it's a start. And so I think that there's many things that are needed from the council end, probably animal management plans and the like, but I think somewhere in that there should be some standardised accountability for ratepayers to be able to see what's being spent, and hopefully with enough granularity to work out how it's being spent.
Thank you. I have one more question just for Mr. Davidson. The pet register is being updated, but I believe that rescue groups are sort of going to be one of the last tranche that get access to that or are brought into it, whereas the trials and the consulting at the moment is with other groups. And then I know that we've talked about today as well this real problem with transferring an animal and it being a paper form that has to physically go to the council. The council might sit on it. We're hearing, I think we heard a case today for 2 years or something like that,
yes.
Where the animal wasn't transferred over. Yeah. And then also a lot of rescue groups saying, well, then legally we're accountable for that animal if they get hit by a car or something else happens, because that paperwork is just sort of sitting in this bizarre pile. Will the pet registry help with that? And if it does, should we really be prioritising rescue groups as well in these early stages, so that we can have, say, breeders and rescue groups in this early tranche of the pet register, so we can overcome some of these issues?
Certainly. One of the points I've raised in previous reviews is the difficulty there. And some of it's just structural. I mean, the breeders can have a breeder registration number because they're a person. A rescue group is an entity, and therefore you can't get through the front door of the way that these things are structured. I mean, difficulties we have are both on the intake end and the outtake end. So if an animal's coming in to rescue from the council, most of the time that's relatively well handled. Not all the time, but it's reasonably well handled. Maybe 50% though of animals that come into rescue are surrenders, which haven't come in through the pound, and the objective there for the rescue group is to stop them having to place a burden on the pound. So about half of the animals are coming out of pounds, half of them are hopefully being diverted from ever having to go there. Those ones are really difficult from us from a veracity point of view, because we have someone that says they're the owner, they're surrendering an animal to us. We can ask for maybe some copies of a vet bill, or we can ask for certain things, but we don't have access to any data to verify. Well, we look at the Companion Animals Act, and it's not just there's several categories of owner in terms of that's Companion Animals Act, not POCTA. But so there are several ways that you might be an owner or considered an owner, but we have no way of checking what's often considered the primary one, which is the registration details and the chip. So and that flows into that outtake end as well. So you said so the stupidity of having paper forms sitting on someone's desk. The ones that are more likely to do that are the ones where there's a mismatch between the information that we've had on the way in. So we've had someone sign a C3A form, a surrender form into us. They're not the same as the chipped owner. If they're not the same as the chipped owner, then we have a problem, because it might be weeks, months plus before we find out that that's actually the case, because it's not a question necessarily of being able to stand at the counter and have someone process them there or say, thanks for that, I'll put them in my pile and I'll get to you later. But if there's a mismatch, we're not necessarily told in any reasonable period of time. And then on the way out...
So sorry to interrupt. What does that mean for the animal? Does that mean that you have to then hold the animal for several months before you can rehome them?
Well, it might, if we're aware of it. If we're not aware of it, it's potentially that it's gone to a new home with us acting in good faith and doing the paperwork and that. And sometimes it's only on the way out, when we're trying to get that processed, that someone said, hang on, but it's not in your name. We go, but 3 months ago we put the paperwork in. Here it is at the bottom of someone's info. So to be able to check, we don't need all the details, but at least to have enough that we can be sure that it's coming from the chipped owner, and therefore, if I put my pound hat on for a moment, the number of animals that are still chipped to breeder is an absolute disgrace. There was a 12-year-old dog a couple of days ago, and fortunately his owner was found, but it was still chipped to the breeder at Mudgee. And we're seeing that all the time. And so going back to the rescue bit, if we have a dog that comes in, it's lived with someone for 12 years, they are the owner, but if we go to try and put that paperwork in, it gets blocked, and we don't even know it's blocked. So yes, if we're able to address those issues on the way in and the way out, it'll smooth things greatly.
Could I add to that? Agree with what Jeff's saying here. We're finding the same problems from breeders as well, where they've rehomed the animal. You don't have to hold the animal. You can rehome it because you've done your paperwork. You've done your job. You've handed them the paperwork. You've given. You have to have 3 copies, so you have yours, the council's, and the new owners. So you've done your job. It's then the council's end to follow up and the owner to actually register that paperwork. So they need to actually do that. So what would solve that problem is real-time reporting rather than paper forms, which seems to be the obvious thing we've been hearing today. The other thing is who should have access to that information. So from ACA's point of view, we feel that that should only be councils and pounds, that it should be certain authorised persons, and it shouldn't be open to anyone. One of the things with the rescue groups, which we've put in a fair bit of detail in our submission, is that rescues, the whole industry is unregulated. There's no reporting, there's no accountability, there's no tracking, there's not even criminal checks on who runs a rescue that they can actually do so or should be working with animals, whereas we have these checks for even people working with animals now. So there's a really big gap in the system that needs to be plugged with regulation on the rescues and the rehoming organisations before we can bring them into this industry. So we have a pound industry, a shelter industry, rescues and rehoming. At the moment, the pounds and shelters are regulated. And then when the animals are transferred into rescues, they disappear. They're gone. And unless the rescue does the right thing, the new owner does the right thing, and as Jeff said, the paperwork trail does not keep up with what's happening with that animal. And also, I'll come back to that, but what it means is that animals disappear into the system. And as Jeff said, we have no way of checking that they're actually coming back out of that system. So they disappear into rescue and they're gone. So they have approved rehoming organisations with the OLG that are registered. Those rescues, basically that gives them an exemption from desexing their animals and registering the microchips. So that rehoming authorisation that they get has nothing to do with welfare. There are no premises checks, there are no reporting checks, there's no, they do lodge a form once a year and that's it. But there's no actual inspection of premises, there's no criminal checks, there's no background checks, there's no checks on who is volunteering, there's no microchip list. So they report numbers of animals in, numbers of animals out. There is no traceability of the individual animals. So that's missing. So we can't identify an animal that goes into the system multiple times and flag it as one that needs special care and special attention, or that there's a problem with the rescue. So these are like holes in the system that need to be plugged before we can really address the issues that Jeff's raising.
If I could say, I will need to disagree somewhat on the accountability side, particularly in relation to the approved rehomings. We certainly, it's not frequent, but certainly every year, yes, we have to put in more data than RSPCA has to, for example. But secondly, I guess, yeah, I don't know that there's checks, certainly where we have to provide declarations that our people have not been, I don't know about general criminal, but certainly no one's charged with anything with Proctor. We do have to provide lists of foster carers. There are no premises checks, agreed. But certainly there is more accountability than I think you might believe. And as for those, yes, on renewal of 17Cs, which is only every few years, certainly at that point, no, there are definitely microchip checks. Definitely in great detail. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the data is kept by address rather than things. So your own dogs do tend to get mixed up with the rescue dog data. So it's not perfect, but yeah, we definitely get asked about why has this dog not got out or whatever. And the 17C, the exemption is for paying registration fees.
Instead of, so it's not an exemption for desexing?
It's not an exemption from desexing. It's an exemption from paying registration fees for up to a year for dogs in your care. And we're obliged within 2 weeks, which coincides with our 2-week trial, typically speaking, industry standard, we're obliged within 2 weeks to put the paperwork in. Look, it could take 6 months for it to be actually done, but we're obliged to put that in 2 weeks.
And also those rehoming, that approved rehoming organisations is only for dog and cat rescues. So horse rescues are not eligible. You can't have any rabbit rescues. None of the other animals are eligible to even apply for this rehoming.
I believe that's probably because the exemption, the one thing we get is a registration. So if horses don't have a registration fee, then I guess they're not picked up in that system.
I think it's probably also because the Companion Animals Act of Companion Animals defined as a cat or a dog, or a dingo, oddly, but just those 3 species. So. I do want to, sorry, Ms. Curry, I do have a question for you. And so I just wanted to jump to a very different topic before I throw to others. I know in your submission you talk a lot about how fines and fees coming from pounds can actually prevent recovering and reuniting, I suppose, people with their animals, and particularly vulnerable members of the community. And I just wanted to hear a bit more about what recommendations you would like to see from the report from this committee, and what we can be doing to, really make sure that those animals are coming out of pounds, going back to people who are on lower incomes, rather than, keeping an animal in a pound and separating those families, and then potentially euthanizing healthy animals. And how do we fix that problem as a committee? What recommendations should we be making in that space?
I think the data point is quite important, that where pounds are sufficiently resourced to enable them to look at the occasions of impounding for a particular animal. For example, we did a case recently where a member of our homeless community and a victim of Australia's housing crisis was needlessly separated from her beloved poodle of 12 years. And without the assistance of our supporters and our organisation, she would never. The fees were prohibitive, and so that dog had never been impounded before, or perhaps wasn't even in a situation where it needed to be impounded. It was picked up by a well-meaning member of the community who near its tent in a park in the inner west. And so the fees went from $275, which were already prohibitive to her. In the space of an hour, they went to over $1,000. And when we interacted with that particular pound, the pound was really unable to, in a transparent and justifiable way, explain that the increase in those fees. And so I think that it's very important for otherwise responsible owners whose pet goes missing due to an occasion of misadventure or mistake, such as a tradesman leaving a window open or a lawn mowing man leaving a gate open, or whatever the case may be, that they are not needlessly dislocated from their animals due to prohibitive pound fees. And I think a way that can be assessed is really looking at the data. How old is this animal? How many times has it been impounded before? And how can we also put in place a hardship application process that enables people to either enter into payment plans or have concessions for the otherwise payable fees.
Thank you.
Sorry, am I able to just... It's hard being online.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Gilbert. Yeah, you can jump in.
No, you're right. I just sort of wanted to say, I think Nell Thompson made a really good point in the last sitting around the fact that, we want to try and avoid the animals getting to the shelters and pounds in the first place, and making sure that they can be reunited with their owners. So, probably a stronger microchip database. Currently, Australia-wide, I think there's 6 databases that don't all link up. If we could have one database that had all microchips on it and, sort of going the next step as well, that the breeders are attached to those animals at all times, because a lot of the times if an animal gets out and the microchip may not have been updated or, it's still in the breeder's name, those breeders know should know who they've sold those animals to. But if we can go as far as possible to reunite animals before they have to be incarcerated into a pound and wait the 7 days. And, you know, it's far better for the animals themselves from a welfare point of view, both physical and mental, and also for the owners themselves. And I do think we seriously have to look at the fact that it's not a first offence. You get a $500 fine and you have to try and get, you know, those funds together to get your animal out. It really, you know, things happen, fireworks happen, doors fly open. You know, we really need to look at if there has to be a charge, a scale of charges, not just, you know, and it really is a bit of a revenue recoup, I think, from some of these organisations, especially councils, to get some money back. Because at the end of the day, most of that money goes back to the councils in fines, not to the shelters and pounds to, you know, pay for the services they provide.
If I could just add to that, I think the repeated microchip scanning, I mean, we have a significant amount of data that shows that at the time that an animal escapes its yard or goes missing, about at least 50%, possibly as high as 70% of the time, there is some microchip data issue. So either it's microchipped in another state and the New South Wales Pet Registry does not recognise that microchip, and it's not registered on the New South Wales Pet Registry. And as you would know, they don't talk to each other. So if a dog's moved from Queensland to New South Wales and it isn't on the New South Wales Pet Registry, there is no way, unless the pounds have multi-jurisdictional access to all of the databases, which often come with subscription and access fees. So at least 50 to 70% of the time, a pet at the time it goes missing is not either the microchip details are out of date with a former owner or the breeder, or they're microchipped in another jurisdiction in New South Wales. And so I think that repeated scanning of, you know, a microchip pet is mandatorily required to be held for 14 days. But often the pounds only scan on day one, and then it's up to the owner to somehow find their way to that pet, to the pound, or wait for several days until someone has the time and the resources to advertise that pet as being in the pound, and for the pound data and staff to actually know that the pet is in the pound when the owner calls. And so there are some delays which are directly linked to the rates and fees that aren't, you know, necessarily all on the owner's shoulders. And I think that repeated microchip scanning, because they will often update the microchip. So perhaps by day 3 or day 7, if it's repeated and rescanned and looked up, then the microchip details will be up to date.
If I...
Yeah. And you both might answer, because it was in part of your submission, Carrie, with regards to data linking and collaboration be included in the redevelopment of the pet registry. And I liked what you said about real time. And we've heard from other people today with regard to, you know, when they do scan and it's still in the breeder's name, or they've changed the address, and sometimes, like, I understand why they can't change it, but is there a way that they could perhaps put a case note in there to say the dog or the cat was at this facility between these days and things like that? So I'd like to know, like, from your perspective, what you would like to see in the redevelopment of the pet registry, and then also whether it would help, you know, in detect or, you know, tracing animals when they are lost.
Well, one of the things we've been doing with the horse industry is looking at a national horse traceability register. So there's been a lot of talk about how do we identify horses. So at the moment, there's a PIC number scheme, which is basically standard in the agricultural industry, as you would know, and horses are reported on the PIC number, but it's not individual animals. So it's similar to like our pound reporting, where it's just in and out. So everybody's doing that every year. So that could be something that could be incorporated into the pet registry, where DPI could actually be sending you a reminder every year. Even though we can lodge those online, I still get a letter every year in the mail saying you need to lodge your PIC. The other part of that that's been looking in the horse registry traceability is whether microchips are the best way to trace animals as well. And in dogs and cats, it probably is, and microchips are ideal for them. But remember, pounds don't just deal with dogs and cats. They deal with livestock, they deal with horses, and they deal with some small animals as well. So especially country pounds where they're dealing with, stray livestock on roads and things. So they have different identification methods. So we can't get stuck on just microchips. The other problem with large animals like horses is that microchips don't live as long as the horses do. So I've got a horse that's 27 years old. He's on his third microchip because the chip does not last as long as he does. And I got him chipped when he was 5 months old. So he's on his third one now. I've got a cat that's on her second one because it just stopped working. And we don't check our microchips. And if I didn't know my cat's chip didn't work, I wouldn't ask my vet to check. So we need to get our vets on their annual checkup to actually check the microchip works. That would really help. And then at least the system can be updated. And then you have your vet recording into this real-time register, this chip does not work. We've put a new one in, or we're going to put a new one in on this date. So like my vet, when it stopped working, we said, okay, let's wait 6 months, see if it's migrated, because it can move through muscles, it can move through tendons. So they said, let's wait 6 months, see if it turns up on the other side. It didn't turn up, we put a new chip in. So that 6 months, my animal's not chipped as well. So this is where those real-time registers would be helpful, but that real-time register should be one way. So we should be able to enter the data in, but it should be checked at the other end. So it's still dependent on someone in authority checking those things, but you have to do that. You can't leave it open. Like I said, we have, the rehoming industry is largely unregulated. We can't have just anybody entering data in and changing these details. It really needs to be councils and pounds, possibly vets. Even we can't agree whether vets should have access to that or not.
Carrie, sorry, if I could just add to that. I'm in Victoria, so we have all sorts of different systems. But, as someone who owns dogs and breeds dogs, I have the ability on our register to go into a login that's my login and, update if I sell a dog, if I, rehome it, anything that I do with it, I can do it and then I can continuously check to make sure it's done. So, it helps when it's not a paper trail and you've got the ability to have a portal that, the shelters could be logging in and, once a week double checking that these microchip numbers are, are being moved around and, that they're not on their system anymore and what, whose system are they now on? I think it really, apart from, is there any other way to trace dogs and cats? Probably not. This is the best one. But it's all going to come down to the system at the end and, getting away from that paper trail.
Yeah, the other thing they're looking at with the horse traceability register is doing it through Service, New South Wales, and the equivalents to make it national as well. And yet it's the states that are managing all these things, and this has actually been quite difficult. And we have the exact same problems with the pet registry. So really these systems need to be national, and we hear a lot of rescue groups rescuing from interstate and things, and these systems need to talk to each other. So that's really important. We really need that whole of life tracking and a way to do that easily. Sending off mail and waiting for mail doesn't work.
I'm sorry, does the government have questions?
Well, I think we're just about up, aren't we?
We are, but I don't know if the witnesses are happy to stay for a couple more minutes if the government's got questions. Yeah.
Well, my question was just really to Ms. Gilbert about, and I think you've already kind of answered it, but the issues surrounding what you call the unregulated, unmonitored pet rehoming sector. Did you want to elaborate on some of the problems with that?
I think the issues just arise from, as Carrie stated before, larger shelters and pounds sort of fall under this, they've got rules and regulations around what they've got to do. They're probably a lot more monitored, but anyone can start up a rescue. You can go and apply for an ABM, become a rescue, do in New South Wales, I believe there are some checks. It is different to Victoria, so I'm probably not as over it as Carrie is. But, we know from history with small rescue groups, a lot of people take on this job, because they want to see every animal out of the pound and shelter system. They want to try and do their best to rehome them. They go into it with the best intentions, but there's no checks and balances on them. So is there a limit to how many dogs people, can realistically take in and properly rehome. Like a lot of dogs that end up in shelters and pounds need real, behaviour modification. They need retraining. They need, nutritional changes, all of these sorts of things that the smaller rescues probably don't have, the background to do, but they're doing it for the best reasons. We feel that there has to be some checks and balances on these smaller rescues, and whether that is, as Carrie said in our submission, that they sort of fall under the same sort of guidelines as the boarding code of practice, so that, they do have some checks and, they have guidelines and they have minimum standards, and that's what they have to be able to do to run a proper service. So I think, it's good to say, and, we've spoken to some pounds that people have told us have been full, and we speak to them and they say, well, no, we're not really. Like, we don't know where people are getting these numbers from. But we speak to smaller rescues and they're all saying, oh, we've got 1 million cats. Oh, we've got, so many dogs. We need homes. We need foster carers. We can't take any more in because, our foster carers are full. So, how are these people being monitored is probably...
Yeah. And what about this suggestion of an apprenticeship model for animal handlers employed by councils?
So that, again, it's an education thing. What councils, their AMOs get education usually on the job, but there probably needs to be more education around, if you have a look on most, shelters and pounds websites, you look at some of the breeds, who's identifying these breeds? People are ringing up a pound and going, oh, I'm looking for my Shih Tzu. And they go, I'm sorry, we don't have any Shih Tzus, because someone's gone, oh, that's a something else, a cavoodle or, something along those lines. So I think in order to better rehome more animals, there needs to be education around identifying breeds, behaviours, all of these sorts of things that are probably going to, put a little bit more insurity behind it, because we're going to know what animals are able to be rehomed rather than putting animals out into small rescues that may not really be rehomeable. There is such a thing that not all animals, some of them are too far gone, unfortunately, and we see a lot of it. But, it is just making sure that they're able to do from A to Z as part of their job, not sort of fumbling their way through, which may see some animals slip through the cracks.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Could I add to there a little? First of all, breed identification is difficult for anyone, especially when you're talking crossbreeds. And yep, I think certainly one small white fluffy kind of looks a bit the same to me, because I'm used to bigger dogs and working dogs. So I take the point that you could easily say we don't have any Shih Tzus because you don't quite know which one they are. But I think there are rescues that I think, as they said, go into it for the right reasons, get overwhelmed. I'll say that at the moment the entire rescue thing is overwhelmed a bit. What we're seeing coming into care is what we're turning away on a daily basis is terrible. Breeds that allegedly don't come into pounds or don't come into rescue, whether they're cavoodles, Dachshunds. There's so many Dachshunds in rescue at the moment. All these popular breeds, as they get more popular, likewise they turn up in rescue. So it's not just staffies and cattle dogs. It's across the gamut of all these. I think as with a pound operator hat on, there's a couple of points. One is fees are set by council, and we're a pound operator, but quite often where fees get prohibitive, it's because the animal's not registered, or it's desexed and not registered. So what makes the fee jump from a small, still difficult for a homeless person, but what turns it into a big fee is because it wasn't registered and not desexed in the first place. So I think desexing's a big part of that. On the rescue group front, I think certainly we would say that we do have a layer of regulation. Whether it's the right regulation and whether it's sufficient, I'll leave that for the committee to make decisions on that. But certainly, some of us at least, we're pretty there. And in the pound thing, we employ the pound that we're at. I think a majority of our people will have some sort of certificate in animal. They're not just people straight off the street.
Where's that certification administered? Is it?
It's a TAFE course.
TAFE, yeah.
Can I just clarify something, just because we're hearing things that are quite different in this session compared to what we've heard from... So the Office of Local Government has said that there's no standards for pounds, that the only thing they could ever get under is POCTA, which would be the same for rescue groups, that there's no regular audits of pounds, there's no regular audits of shelters, that the boarding code technically doesn't apply to pounds. So, I mean, it sounds to me that whether you're talking about rescue groups or shelters or pounds, that actually it's all the same. That they're
I'd say that, and possibly including the breeders is more or less unregulated.
Yeah.
I don't see that there's any great regulation on any part of it. Certainly, we see things in pounds, for example. We hear of things in rescue. We certainly see things in breeding as well. So I don't think any part of that ecosystem is immune from that, and the regulation is, other than POCTA, which requires a higher level of something going wrong, and is poorly administered, then I think the whole sector is there.
Not regulated.
Can I add to that? Because that was Kim Filmer this morning, and I rewound that and listened to it 3 times because I was as confused as you. And what I understood her to say was that the boarding, sorry, I have it here. The boarding
code said that pounds were included.
It says that, but POCTA says it excludes where they exchange for payment. So
no, it wasn't quite that. It was something much more specific. It was something about it needs to be for fee. So basically, it was for reward. So
but it's still under those boarding regulations. So, and what she was saying straight after that was that if they're smart, they'd be following those regulations, and that they are up to that, and it would take a legal challenge to sort out whether they're actually under that or not. Yeah. So if we assume that they are under those regulations, they do have some sort of regulatory body, but they're also accountable to their pounds. There's someone that they are accountable to, and they have to report to their councils. Councils, not pounds. So they're under another body. So, and same with the breeders. We now have the breeding codes. We have codes of practice as well for most animal species that we already have. The industry is already fairly regulated, and it's kind of self-monitoring because all of these groups are under some sort of other body that they report to, with the exception of rescues and shelters are even.
I'm assuming, Mr. Davidson, you would argue that this is only referring to rescues that are registered.
I think there is certainly that which not all rescues have to have a 17C, as it's called. Yeah. The ones that have some layer of regulation, we'd say that pounds essentially they are under a council. Most councils couldn't care less. Many of them, I think, consider it an adjunct to their waste management section. So yes, they're under a council, but there's high variability within the pound sector and within the councils. What we normally find is a pound will improve its standards when someone dedicated comes in, and they will slide again when that person leaves, gets burnt out and leaves. It's the same within shelter organisations. There's too much which is dependent on the individuals that come into this. I think the one thing that Carrie mentioned earlier, which was the rule that said that pounds have to offer animals to rescues. I think, unfortunately, the timing on that was terrible. It came at a time when rescues are just overwhelmed, and statistically, again, traditionally, rescues rehome just the 17Cs. On dogs, they rehome about as many as all the pounds plus RSPCA combined. So that's the traditional sort of numbers. Without them, the system fails, essentially. So, yes, I think we have to be held to some standard. I don't have a problem with that. But I think majority do there. But, yeah, there's still too much was on the individuals. I think that was a brave attempt and, an attempt to say there should be some standards in pounds when seeking to rehome animals. And I agree that there need to be some standards there to take away that variability that is reliant on a person.
Sorry, can I just circle back to the Honourable Eileen McDonald's question that I didn't get to answer before, which was regarding the pet registry and the data. The OLG has the ability and access to audit every microchip, and that will show every occasion of anyone looking up that microchip on any access point ever. The ability to get that data from the OLG is very, very difficult. And so easier access to that data, it's often very delayed, and it often requires payment of fees and several requests to get the data. But there is an absolute audit trail for every microchip on every animal and who has looked it up. If I could just touch on your point about the pound fees being higher when they're not desexed. I take that point, but then we see these dogs and cats going for $60 to the first person who walks in the door willing to adopt them, and that's not necessarily a desirable outcome for that pet who could have otherwise have been reunited with its long-term, loving, responsible owner, versus being put up for adoption and going to the person who's the first through the door. And if I could just end with, I know we're over time, but there's been a lot of talk about good intentions today, and that's all well and good, but good intentions can't be measured and aren't. There's no way to hold people accountable for that. And so I think that independent compliance officers doing spot checks on any entity, but indeed pounds, to ensure that all levels of the recommendations that come out of this are looked at, and in terms of who looked up the microchip, how many times was it looked up, who was contacted, what is the condition this pet was found in. Like, if there are independent measures put in place and non-related third parties responsible for ensuring that they're complied with, then we will probably see a market increase in
Thank you.
outcomes.
I am going to have to wrap it up there. We've gone quite over time now, but I do appreciate you giving us your time, and I also appreciate the committee for staying back. There may be further questions on notice. This was quite a robust conversation. If so, then the committee will be in contact about those questions. I don't think anyone took any questions on notice, but if they did, the committee will be in contact about that as well. But thank you all for joining us here today, and thank you all for all the evidence that you've provided to us. Thank you.
Thank you.